Oh, this is making me sick. Slaying it down. I was slaying it down, so I was like, whoa.
Bill wasn't gonna be here today, so Kathy didn't show up, it's just the three of us.
Oh, okay. Yeah, did Kathy say she was gonna be in Houston this week?
I wasn't listening close. I heard Alaska at one point, but I don't know. It's like she didn't know if she was going. I just can't keep up with it. It's like my wife. Okay, see you later. So we found our neighbor texted us a thing from the Aransas County Attorney's Office about the guy across the street from us who was just convicted of 2 counts of child molestation. And,
Really?
yeah. It actually, I think it's the nephew of, well, I'm not sure. She said he lived across, this is our neighbor across the street. 2 counts of child molestation and 1 of distributing child pornography. He got 10 years for each count of the first 2 and 5 for the pornography. And they asked to get the sentences served consecutively, but the judge said,
No.
How are you doing?
Is it state level cases or is it state or is it federal? State usually.
State of Texas versus.
Okay. Usually state, those sentences get cut kind of in half for good behavior. Sort of thing.
Morning.
Where the federal sentences don't. Morning. Good.
Doesn't seem to be news coming in, or I didn't hear the name of the town or area that had some air horribly flooded. Where was that?
Tennessee, I think.
What?
I think Tennessee.
Tennessee?
In
Yeah.
Tennessee?
Okay.
Yeah.
And it was up in the kind of the northeast area. I thought it was further north than that. But
Well, and
Yeah,
of course,
wiped out the whole community. I mean, the flood.
the Northeast and Connecticut and that area got,
There's one town there, and I didn't hear the name of the town.
I think that was Tennessee.
Devastated.
Okay.
Tennessee.
I think that was Tennessee.
And that was from the storm? Or just a lot of rain?
the one that not this latest one that hit up in the
Right.
Northeast, but the previous one,
Right.
Fred, yeah. They just kind of wandered around through there. Let's see here.
But the Northeast is getting
Really, yeah.
flooded also.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
true.
there's lots of rivers, and I used to live up there, and we overflow, and then we run into the next one, and there's no overflow, and it's a mess.
Yeah.
Plus, they got the coast.
Yep. We're ready.
Okay.
I'm ready, y'all can go whenever you want.
Okay.
Get on.
Call to order the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board. It is August 23rd. 28. Do we have a quorum?
yes, Mr. Chairman, we do.
In that case, we're open for protests.
The one of them I heard the name Jack Hort. That's the first one.
Oh,
Our first one's gonna be in person. Case number is 583. Is Bill gonna be here?
No.
Okay.
Oh, my goodness. we keep getting the same place? Why do we keep getting the same place?
Let's see right down there.
Holy moly.
Morning.
Feel like I'm usually outgunned. Didn't know I should have brought a crew with me.
Not quite that.
Okay. We're over the hearing. Jack, we have some administrative to go through before we get to the meat of the matter.
Oh, one more time, my hearing
We have some administrative that we need to go through,
yes, sir.
and just follow along with me. I'll have some questions near the end.
Okay.
Opening a hearing on case 583, account 63003. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is
Yeah.
Q1 and Q2.
Oh,
Goodbye.
Yes.
but you're gonna be out?
I'll tell you a funny story here in a minute.
Okay.
Did you still?
I did.
Right. We have
Q1 and Q2.
Q1 and Q2. We're the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. The review board is the five of us around this table.
Yes, sir.
Eamon up there with you is the district representative.
Okay.
We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to btad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of the hearing, Jack, a letter will be sent to you,
Yes, sir.
and it'll have our determination of value,
Yes, sir.
and it'll also have instructions if you want to appeal further.
Okay.
In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all of your evidence?
I hope so. I gave it to the very nice lady at the front. and
Then we
she, I
have
think, scanned it. And
And then we have
it's
it.
in there, not in there. It's not a result of anything I have not done that I was supposed to.
I got it. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with the person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Bill Duff, do solemnly swear I've not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
Do I have to swear something to you?
Yes, you can read this out loud and state your name.
My turn?
Yes,
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. I hope so.
thank you.
Nice way of thinking.
Eamon?
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear affirm the testimony you shall present in the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Got Simon?
Yes, please.
Jack, the governor wants me to ask you if you have an appraiser's license in the state of Texas.
No, sir, I do not. I have been a licensed real estate broker in the state of Texas though for over 50 years.
It's okay. Okay, what you now have in front of you is the procedure that will follow throughout the hearing. And you get to choose whether you go first or Eamon goes first for the district.
I just soon go first.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Well, that's not enough time to go through all these comps, which frankly, I've reviewed pretty extensively. And by my determination, there's really only two of them in here that would be considered accurate comps for my property. So I'm gonna not address that, but let's start with the first piece of information I presented you all, which is a overview of the property. You have this. As you can see, my particular boat shed is not located on any main street whatsoever. Its only access is via a 20-foot easement that runs along those buildings next to the shadow. In fact, you could construe that shadow to the right of those buildings is the access easement. And so this building has absolutely no value whatsoever except for as a storage shed. Each of these lots has 120 feet of width. So since I'm the 11th lot off the corner, I am 1,200 feet from any street whatsoever of any type, okay? If you look at the second page of information I presented you, this is a recorded restriction that is part of the document that controls these properties. It was put in place back when Larry Pierce built these. And you can see, this thing was about 40 pages long. I didn't think y'all wanted it all recorded. So the only thing I pulled out was the use restrictions. And on page 2, you'll see I've highlighted K, which says no sales, manufacturing, fabricating, or business of any kind or character may be conducted upon this lot or out of any single storage unit. And then if you look at 11.2, you see use. It specifically restricts the use of this building to storage only. So frankly, that's the reason that all of these comps are not applicable, because every one of these comps is retail space, commercial space. There are 2 storage buildings that are included in these comps, both of which are located on a main thoroughfare, on a street, and both of them are not just storage, they are also those barns they make, barn dominiums, where they have a residence included in the storage shed, which also makes them an entirely different use than my storage building. The next page you will see is a closing settlement statement where I bought this property in 2019. Clearly, the purchase price on this thing was $99,000. The next page you will see is another aerial. Y'all have seemingly valued all these storage shed with a very broad brush, without regard for the improvements for each of these individual storage sheds. I have made notations to the right. If you will look at the roofs of these storing sheds, those little white squares are skylights. You will see that there are 12 skylights on one of them. They vary from 12 to 6 to 4, but the majority of these storage sheds have skylights, which drives up the additional construction costs. You will also note the ones that show they have air conditioning. I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 10 of them that have air conditioning out of 14. And there's also 4 of them that have direct TV antennas in the back. I can tell you from experience, I've seen inside some of these storage buildings that are finished out. Some of them have climate controlled storage in it for furs and other stuff that, people have brought down from the colder climates and they can't store them anywhere else. Some of them are, the man caves where guys go hang out when it gets too cold at home. And so again, all of these seem to have been valued very similarly, but they are not. Mine is very basic. Mine has 1 restroom. Frankly, the shower doesn't work, the commode barely works, and the sink barely works because these are all off well water. The well water is so tainted that the plumbing gets stopped up. Shower's not worked since day 1. And I'm unwilling to go in there and redo it all because it's just going to go to hell again because it's all well water. Also, this facility is served by a septic system, which is lower than the street. The only way that we are able to get the septic out of there is through a pump, which is maintained by Larry Pierce. It seldom works. I have tried dumping my RV in the sewage, drain next to my shed. It's impossible to do because the septic tanks are all full.
Okay, need to stop you there. You'll have more time later. Eamon, you have 2 minutes then for,
I'm not even close to being finished.
why no, you'll have more time later.
I mean, I'm almost.
Yeah. Here's the times right there that will follow.
The most important part's still in front of me.
Okay.
Okay.
Whenever you bought this, was it listed somewhere? Or how did you find out about this?
My wife is friends with Ike and his wife. They were getting too old to have a motorhome. I've been talking to Tracy about getting a motorhome for years, and she said, well, some friends of hers have one. And I said, well, what is it? And she couldn't tell me. I said, when do we see it? She couldn't tell me. So one day she says, hey, they want to show you a motorhome. I said, fine. I've never met these people. Didn't have a clue what I was looking at. Didn't know they owned the shed. I went over and met Ike at the shed. He showed me the motorhome. I said, can I buy the shed? He said, yes. The day I met him was the day I agreed to a price, shook his hand, and delivered an earnest money check. I had no prior knowledge of who he was or what he owned or anything.
Right.
Couldn't have been more of an arm's length transaction.
Well, it could have been listed on the open market. You had no competition. You got a good deal. You bought it from somebody who wasn't fielding offers from other buyers.
That's true.
That's okay. This is good information. I'll present our evidence real quick. So our noted last sale price for this in 2019 was $99,000. Last year, this was certified at $101,660. This year was noticed at $188,240. Again, these things sell for anywhere between, this is the lowest one, and then they've been selling for, people pay more than that for these when they were built 15 years ago.
I had no idea.
And the others in here, there's some that have sold for over 195. So it's quite a bit. But the sales or the value that we recommend has been adjusted from 188 to 141 for all of them. And you're right, these are all valued exactly the same. It's extremely broad. I mean, we're doing a mass appraisal of all of Aransas County, not.
Which I understand you have the
30,000
right to
feet
do. I don't.
But
dispute
it's not a right. That's a different kind of appraisal. I'm not actually licensed to do fee appraisals.
Well, here it says, I downloaded the controller thing and it says you do mass appraisal.
Yeah, that's all I do. Exactly.
You got it.
So they're gonna be hyper uniform. I understand there's big differences. So y'all can do whatever seems right. I think I think that you got a really good deal. There's people who paid more for these when they were built in 2007.
I had no idea. I have no knowledge of the broader picture as you do.
And
Did you say that you adjusted the value to 141, 180?
that is a standing offer for everybody in that subdivision based on better market data for Fulton, and we've actually gotten sales prices from people for this subdivision in
So
particular.
you've already adjusted it down to that.
Yeah,
That was an offer. Someone
and I will admit that is still, there's gonna be some are high and some are low. There's a lot of variance built into this. Some of these have like living spaces built into them. And then this one sounds like it could. It's, they all have plumbing set up, but they've just kind of been sitting there, haven't been maintained, basically. So there's big differences between them. It's not practical to expect us to know every single thing about the inside of these because they're extremely buttoned up.
Absolutely.
We didn't even know what they were gonna look like. People could have brought these in and showed us absolutely anything. And we were like, oh, okay. I mean, I wouldn't have been shocked to see metal walls and I wouldn't have been shocked to see sheetrock. So.
Why is it valued on the income calculation?
So this is commercial property. So, and it's because it's not residential. Nobody lives here.
Yeah.
And we've found that out because it is possible that people were,
Living there.
yeah, because they have residential doors and windows and stuff.
But it's restricted.
Yeah, but you can't. Yeah, exactly. So if it's not residential, it's not light industrial, what is it? It's commercial property. It's purchased as an investment. Now, it may not have walk-up business and you may not be welding in there or anything, but you don't live there. It's not somebody's house.
Okay.
That's it.
Is that it? Okay. So Jack, you got 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal, so I'll give you
Okay, well, the other thing I would challenge is that the income calculation that he utilized, which came up with a value of like 188,000. If you'll go to the page that says Watkins Landing. Watkins Landing is a brand new storage, built boat storage facility that designed by Jay Watkins. You'll see on the next page where I texted him asking what he's getting per month. $200 a square foot, which is a little less than $5 a square foot. Here's a spreadsheet that shows the storage units, boat in, what they ask for rent. Their highest rent is $4.95 a square foot. Here's the boat lodge, falls into the same category. If you look at his calculation on the income stream, he's using $8 a square foot. If you look at my spreadsheet, I have recalculated that at the high end of the spectrum, $5 per square foot, which is a much more reasonable price for what boat storage sheds rent for. And so my gross income, his was, what was your gross income, remember?
I don't.
In other words, but the exact calculation I used with his cap rate, his tax factor, everything, it's $117,500 valuation based on the income stream. And then the last thing I would like to point out is David Nesloni built this in 2014. Here it was, his 500 more square feet than mine. It's a boat storage shed that's exactly like mine, except for he's got 3 doors on the street. You reduced his value this year to $120,000, built in 2014 to a higher standard than mine. And his valuation right now is $120K. So that's my story and I'm sticking to it.
Okay.
The timeline thing is tough.
Okay, you have a
Y'all
little,
cut me off just when I was getting rolling.
yeah, you have a little bit more time later. So Amy, you got 2 minutes then for rebuttal.
I don't really have.
You don't have anything? Okay. Jack, you got then a minute for closing. Any final thoughts you have for us?
Do a little soft shoot for you or something. I don't sing dance very well. It's not gonna be pretty.
What was your valuation? 117,000 what?
That's the maximum, and that's using $5 a square foot. Frankly, I think this thing should be valued about 110. That's an increase of almost 10% from last year, 101 to 110. I think that's a fair evaluation. Mine again is one of the most basic storage facilities on this deal, no improvements whatsoever.
117.
David's was built in 14.
Where'd you get the 118?
So there's 117,647.
Okay,
That was $5.
Mhm.
Is it our time?
No.
not yet. So you nothing for closing? Okay. So this is, all right. So it's our time then for deliberation.
Can I ask a quick question? The property that you said was just readjusted down to 120, how is that? That was somebody else's that,
That's David Nesloni. He's on Palmetto,
okay,
right across from that dance, which actually is a Vietnamese church.
okay, so what are the differences, aside from it's newer, okay, is it bigger?
It's 100 square feet bigger.
Okay,
His is 2,500, mine is 24. And his is built long, has a lot of frontage along the street. So he can have 3 doors, so he can put 3 different boats in there. Mine is 40 wide by 60 deep, which
Yeah.
means I really can only put, I keep my boat and my RV in there.
yeah,
So
so I
I
have
only
to shuffle things around.
Yeah, in other words, which is really inconvenient if you have multiple people that want to access, multiple, units at the same time. For me, it works fine.
How about 118?
150.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fair.
118?
No, we're at 115.
Why 150?
What happened to my 110?
On what basis?
Yeah,
This is
other
the
things
6th
into
one we've heard
consideration.
of these particular ones, 18, 11. On the high end, we've done 140 something for the air conditioned ones. The plain vanilla without any build out on the inside, without an artist loft or any of the rest of the stuff that they put in there, we get somewhere between 112 and 115.
difference.
You know, we did get a good deal on the buy, so I don't think we have to consider that.
Yeah.
And I'm just as an aside. I'm getting a little annoyed. This sales ratio report is, I mean, it makes no sense that you're valuing these things the way you are, and the sales on these versus the market values, it's just,
Yeah, I didn't even
they're
look at
miles
that.
apart.
Yeah, I didn't even look at that.
Yeah.
I was going by his rework of the income stream. On what do you base this 115 though?
115,
On what do you base that?
15% over last year. And that's the average of what we did.
I'm kind of with you, Charlie. I mean, he's got a number here that he's come up with.
His number's 117.
Yeah, 117,
117, 647.
Go in the middle.
No, I think it's got to be closer to 117.
That was the value that came out with, what's 117,500.
117, 647.
All these others are getting like 450,
Right.
4. These are the boat in, these are the next door neighbor built by the same guy. He's getting 436 to.
So the one, the calculation you
550.
came up with at 117, that was at $5 a foot.
Yeah, I just pulled out worst case scenario because I figured that's where you guys were gonna gravitate to, and so I might as well suck it up and go there, but that's not really a good comp, because keep in mind, a lot of my space is wasted because I got 2 doors and lots of depth. So normally in the real estate business, when properties get bigger, the cost per square foot goes down. So it'd be closer to $4 than $5, but I just should take 5 because it's an easy number.
You wanna do,
I'm at 118 with Charlie.
you with what?
I'm at 118 with Charlie.
118?
Yeah,
I'm basing it on his calculation.
based on that calculation.
What about you?
Because of my personal animus for some of these calculations.
Gotta put that aside.
Yeah, right.
you know, So
Um,
that's a whole other story.
I mean, the very top end would be 117, not 118, but that's, we're just.
I'll go with 117.
Let's go with 117, 640 to be.
Let's
to
do
be-
117.
Okay.
117.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-583. Account number 63003, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value. I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $188,240 down to $117,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, Jack, we're done. You'll get a letter in the mail at 117.
We're all done.
Well, I would make this observation. It appears, he's at 115, he's at 115, you're driving 117. The only reason I can see is you're trying to get the tax rate up for the city or the county, which I understand, but it seems like a very arbitrary outcome.
Well, actually, I was using your number.
And I gave you worst case scenario. I explained that.
Okay.
So I guess my question is what's the appeal process? How's
You'll
involved?
get the instructions in the letter.
Okay.
Yeah, after this, after the protest hearing, your next option, once you have a decision, is to go to arbitration, which is just between, it's gonna be you, the district, and a single arbiter.
Okay.
And the arbiter just, usually what they do is it's a phone call and we talk to them for a little bit, and then they kind of hang up and spend a few hours with this thinking about
Is
it.
there a cost involved?
Yeah,
And how much?
I think it's like $800.
That's more than your tax.
Yeah.
Got me by the short hair, aren't you?
There's more details on the sheet for
I
that.
got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
They have 2.
Well, thank you all for your time. I
Yeah.
appreciate the
Yeah.
adjustment. I think we're getting close to fair, and I appreciate that.
Thanks, have a good day.
That was a compliment, kind of taking some back.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You have a good one. Thanks.
So yesterday, we're getting packed, doing our thing.
There's two accounts.
Yesterday, we're getting packed, getting ready to leave. Phone rings. And it's Cindy's surgeon. The guy that's the head of the stem cell transplant team. He said, well, I have good news and bad news. He said, the good news is you're still on track. We're gonna do this. Bad news is I have COVID.
Oh, no.
He said, I'm still trying to figure out who I've infected in this place, but hopefully no one. So he.
Was it supposed to have been coming up?
we-
Oh, you were
For
going-
the,
getting ready to
for the
go.
following week, yeah, we were leaving
Oh,
Sunday to go to meet with him this morning and do blood work and arrange for, where we're gonna live for a month and all of those things. So that went.
Hurry up and wait.
Surgeon with COVID
COVID. Yeah.
that works in a clean environment. I mean, that place.
oh, they're amazing, I know.
I mean, they're so terrible better.
No telling where he picked it up.
She hasn't seen him recently.
No, not for much.
Okay,
Ready for the next one?
yeah,
So 7:48, I guess would be the first one.
7:48 and 7:49.
Laura Davis, Davies. Davis.
Hello,
Laura,
yes,
this is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. How are you this morning?
I'm fine. How are y'all?
Very good, thank you. Okay, we have some administrivia to go through before we get to the heart of the matter. So if you
Okay.
just follow along with me, I have some questions toward the end.
Okay,
We're opening a hearing on, well, actually, you have two case numbers, right? Two protests?
yes, two property IDs.
Okay, so we're going to be opening two different cases. Are we?
Yeah, they're both on the same.
They're both on the same, okay. They're,
Right next to each other,
okay,
connected.
got it. They're cases 748 and 749. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q1 incorrect appraised market value.
You want Amy? We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. There are five of us around the table, and Eamon, who you'll hear referred to as the district representative. The controller's office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F. And this applies to case number 2021-749 and 2021-748.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. And this pertains to cases 2021-748 and 749.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66F in relation to account case ID 2021-748 and 749.
Regarding cases 748 and 749, I build up, we solemnly swear I'm not communicating with another person in violation of tax code 41.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F regarding case 2021-748 and 749.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Laura, I am assuming that you are under oath for the duration of these hearings as a result of you signing the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct for account 748 and 749.
Laura, I'm obligated to ask you if you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
no,
Okay, do you have access to or in front of you the hearing procedures document?
what?
Hearing procedures, it shows columns of data that show how the hearing will proceed.
Hearing procedure times.
I have no idea. I got a packet, but I didn't understand the packet very well.
Okay, well, we have someone who's keeping the clock, so we'll help you along the way, okay?
I appreciate it. This is something that I don't do all the time.
I understand.
Trying to,
You get to choose whether you speak first or the district speaks first.
well, y'all can speak first.
Okay, Eamon, we're opening hearing on case number 748, account 30069. You're up, 5 minutes.
Okay, this is a vacant land residential property. It's in Oak Terrace. And it was, the last known sale was in 2019, was 33,000 for 2 lots. This one and one that's pretty identical right next to it, I think. Last year, the market value was 17,770. This year, it was noticed at 26,290. The land table in this neighborhood did change. This is on, the subject is on Hickory. The comps for sales are on 802 Redwood, 1146 Redwood, and 570 Oak. 570 Oak had a mobile home on it, so there's an adjustment of $40,210 for the value of the mobile home. The indicated median value for the subject based on the sales of the comps is $36,310. The value per square foot on the first two, which are just land sales, is $346 and $332 a square foot. And the subject was noticed at $385 per square foot. The value per square foot of the abstracted land off the one with the mobile home is $669 per foot, which means there's probably more value in the mobile home than anybody on this planet thinks that there is or should be. There's a serious statewide problem with used values of mobile homes. But the subject is noticed at 26,290. Median indicated value when adjusted is 36,310. Equity is not under protest. And then we have a sales ratio report for the neighborhood. We're at 99.3% on homes and land in this neighborhood. And that's all.
Is the 1,260, got a structure on there?
Or pad, just the pad.
You said it was a mobile
Yeah,
home,
it's
or-
it says it's got utilities on it for what presumably would be a mobile home or an RV. TP3 is not normal for a house.
Yep.
It wouldn't be on there for a house. Well, I mean, I'm done, so I mean, you can ask her. Is there utilities on this property? Is there like electrical or septic or water or anything?
On my property,
Yeah.
yes, there's electric and water, but there's not hookup.
Okay.
I mean, they're not hooked up. It's just,
It's available, but not, you don't have a temporary pole or anything there.
no,
Oh, okay.
So there's no structure on the property?
no,
So you don't get a utility bill of any kind for this property? You don't pay for electricity or you don't pay the city for water or sewer?
no, nothing.
Okay. That doesn't need to be there.
Okay.
Because the whole neighborhood is utilized. It's got infrastructure. You can get sewer, obviously, if you tap. But
I didn't think you could put it.
So you would take off the 1390.
It's probably really old.
You could years. 1260.
1260.
She's not getting any.
Did y'all receive my list of facts?
Yes.
Yes, we did.
And I'm done, so she can.
Okay. And so
Okay.
Laura, you're next. You have 2 minutes for cross-examination if you want to ask Eamon any questions, and then you have 5 minutes for your presentation. So I'm going to give you 7 minutes on the timer here.
What was the address that you were talking about that sold?
Let me see.
601 Hickory.
No, that's
That's
fine.
this property.
That's my lot.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
two
that's
sales
what we're
comps
doing.
were 802 Redwood and
Sales
1146
sales.
Redwood.
And then the third.
Redwood?
Yeah, Redwood.
And then the third comp was 570 Oak Avenue.
Okay, well, I didn't even look at sales. I was just looking at what is in, on the street. Of what people are paying. So I can't discuss really what the sales are in the market, but I could, I just looked at what everybody else is paying with one lot and the size of the lot.
Okay.
But the lots that we bought were together, or are together, the previous owners, had them together. They did have, like, years ago, they had a travel trailer, but they moved it out.
Okay.
And there is no pad, there's no concrete or anything like that, so. That was on our 2020 appraisal and 2021, which is correct. But as far as the sales, I have no knowledge of what the sales are. I just know what other property IDs are being charged for tax or appraisal.
Okay. Anything else?
No, that's all, that's my argument.
Okay. You'll have more time later to speak. So Eamon, then you have 2 minutes for cross and 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need it.
Give me a second. I'm trying to read your evidence, the letter that you sent in. I'm trying to make sense of it. Give me a second.
It's 2 lots together.
Takes it back to last year's value.
Oh, does it?
Okay.
What does?
It wasn't the checkbox
Check on
for,
that box.
Oh,
She owns
okay.
both of them. It takes it to 17,710.
Okay.
13,000,
702.
17,700.
Does that, Jackie, does that still include the trailer pad value?
It does. You want me to take it off?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's gonna bring it to 16,450. Lower than last year.
16,450.
Mhm. The lots are the same size. It appears they're the same size.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't have anything else? Okay. Laura, you have then 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need it. We have a
Calculation.
calculation for you, a new value, and if you'd like, we'll explain that to you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so because your lots are side by side and basically contiguous, there is an economy of scale that comes into play here. And so when you do that, more land, the bigger the piece of property, the less per square foot that it sells for. So if we remove the trailer pad or the utilities, the $1,260, and then use this economy of scale, each lot would be $16,450 down from 26,290.
Oh, hold on. Let me add this again.
Say that again? I'm sorry.
Hang on one second, we're just double checking some math.
16,000 and,
450 is what
Yeah.
you originally said.
284.
oh, it's last year's, right?
Okay.
16,400.
Last year's, right?
Okay,
It's lower than last year.
How much?
16,450.
Right, they're taking off. the
Okay.
trailer.
Yeah.
are you satisfied with that number? That would basically take it back to last year's value
Unless-
You're looking at that one, and I
Yeah,
was
see,
looking
I
at
got
that one. Okay.
for the land.
Well, I'm looking, I got on the computer, I went to the tax rolls and saw the property IDs that I had listed
Mhm.
with the same footage, you know, the 100 by 130. There's 1, 2, 3 on the street. That's 1117 Hickory with the 2 lots next to each other. And then 1125 Hickory is 100 foot by 130. 1045 Hickory is the same, and I do not think there's anything on their property. And they're valued at 32,890.
Yeah, well, yours is gonna end up at, if you accept the deal we got on the table here, yours would end up at 32,900 for the combination of the two.
Well, I can't complain about $10.
There you go. All right.
No, and I appreciate that very much.
Okay,
Okay, now we've got a lot of administrative to go through to get them both closed. So just bear with us.
bear with us here. Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-748, account number 30069, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value. I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value of this single lot from $26,290 down to $16,450.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Case closed. Opening case 749, account 30068. Laura,
Yes, sir?
the same thing applies to this account. It would be 16,450 with the lots combined the way we did it.
Which is also.
Okay.
last year's value.
And that, which is also it happens to be last year's value. And that's okay?
Yeah, I don't have a calculator in front of me, but if you're lining our place up with everybody else, I'm good.
I think so. 32, it'll be 32,900.
Yes, sir.
Very good.
And that takes off the trailer pad, because there isn't one.
Yep,
It's all grass.
Okay.
no trailer pad.
There's no trailer pad on this one.
Yeah, there's no trailer pad on this.
Okay, so if you're accept that, then I'm gonna make a motion on case ID 2021-749. Account number 30068. This is the lot at 605 Hickory. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $25,030 down to $16,450.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Laura, we're done.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Uh-huh.
You're welcome.
Have a nice day.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Did you get rescheduled?
Oh, but yeah, well, no, not exactly, not officially. The nurse, truly nurse.
5-minute recess, I guess.
Okay.
So the nurse texted Cindy last night or emailed her or something.
But you
And
get
said,
texts all the time.
and said, I get it. Okay. And you, we're still in schedule. We're just trying to figure. I don't think he's probably sick. I think he just tested positive.
Yeah, with that.
So they're,
100% accurate test.
yeah.
That
Yeah.
allows the governor to test positive and 4 days later test negative. Maybe he recovered quickly. I don't know.
We have a
Just so long as he's
in
not
person,
spreading it to.
the two
these really,
accounts,
really, really
181
sick people that
and
don't-
182.
And of course, Cindy's thing was,
last
they
name is
told me
Hudson.
not to get the vaccine. So she's out. I'm sitting up. Just wait. Oh, I got it. Sure.
Oh, it's in.
Cindy did not.
Sure.
Right, and there's some discussion as to whether that gives you mass
I know,
immunity
I
or
know,
or all
I know.
that stuff. You know, but she
Oh,
has
my
never taken the
goodness.
vaccine. According to pharmacists,
We're here again.
HEB, had COVID and then takes 2 shots.
They never go away, do
Whatever, but who knows if you can
I'm
actually get it.
getting the third shot.
Are you? There's no reason not to. I don't think that there's any reason not to.
I feel better.
Well, I caught that all the time.
So I made this point to annoy my girl last night.
Uh,
Fucking good.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
I got, it was like.
So, I mean, that was,
bacon.
and that was
It was
Cindy's
already
example.
seasoned,
I was sitting-
and when my fire was big, so I just put it on the top, I put foil on the top, and I stuck it on the top.
You know, if
And
you're
then I did
just
that sweet chili chicken for
completely
Brittany,
just
so I literally just like put the chicken around the coals.
And
It
she
was
just,
hot.
Yeah.
and the
And,
oncologist.
cause I need a new barbecue, like the back of the barbecue pit's already like rusted out, so it's a big old hole, so air just keeps going in.
Yeah.
I just haven't gotten one yet, so I,
Sure. Just 2, just like a whole
I,
bunch
Oh,
of.
I know.
Get those
Just like a whole.
cheap.
the whole-
yeah, I know, but you know what I mean.
I know.
And then,
The,
it was so good.
but the.
We didn't eat it last night for
oncologist
dinner, and then I made
had
some,
her
like,
on chemo.
I was gonna make soup, but it ended up being like goulash
Over and
because
over and over.
I
again.
put deer meat
So we
and
didn't
then I
have
did,
that already. Houston,
Oh,
just,
hamburger meat.
just for that.
I didn't have any onions, so I couldn't put onions in it,
So.
so you might eat them.
they
yeah.
And then I put like frozen peas and carrots,
Regular
and then
chemo
2 cans
Yeah,
of those
or
fire
was
roasted
in
diced tomatoes,
anticipation of.
and then
the
like
week
half a bag of the
week of
gluten
Labor
free,
Day, going back to Houston and start this process.
like
where they
macaroni
harvest the
noodles.
stem cells.
Well,
Then
I only put a
harvest
little bit of
everything
those
from
noodles in there. Well, they
stem cell
like
chemo in.
got
So-
humongous, and like all
so
my juice
she's
was
gonna
gone, so I
mix
was
that
like, oh, well, this
just
will be
to-
fine.
yeah.
It was good though.
And
So
so-
It was
so
actually
they-
really good,
so
and I
they
got
take
my
her
little
stem
bowl,
cells,
because I bought
they take
small
her
bowls,
stem
so I
cells
was
out.
I had to ask it, it was good.
Yeah.
And then I
whatever
tasted
they
that.
do to
I just love that pork
and
tenderloin.
it-
So
it's
why
like
did you
myeloma,
Well,
abnormal
because that, we can have it during the week.
blood cell.
Like,
You were
I
trying to
did-
like prep what you done.
I do, that's what I do, I cook on Sunday, I barbecue on Sunday.
Yeah.
And then
I tried
I did
to
it
do
with-
it now.
I did a pork
tenderloin.
tenderloin, I did
myeloma,
3 chicken
And
breasts,
there's more of those.
and I had all that
Good
soup
ones.
for lunch. That's what
So
I had.
the bad ones are
And
eating up
then
the good ones,
she
and
wants to
then
go
they
to
try to
tropical
chew their way
food.
through the
It's
bone
like,
to go find more.
Oh, I had a
so
smoothie from
that's
there
why
the other day,
You
it's so
heard
good.
all the time. is because your bones
I'm gonna give you all my name, get me a smoothie.
are spongy. So, so they clean them. When they clean
I
it.
don't like the food
there's
very
still
much,
some
that
of these
sandwich I used to eat, there's
abnormal ones, but
gone.
very few because
Yeah,
they're
I'm not big on their
good blood
sandwiches.
cells.
Mm-mm.
Because they give you this, yeah, they give you this cocktail.
I'll
that
bring you
just makes
some soup, I don't forget on the.
No, I don't. Okay, so.
And it overtakes.
Non-stop.
You
What
can't
do
see.
you eat?
I mean, if there was somebody looking
Look
right
like
there,
the
you
one
can't even
on
see
the
this. Monk.
Yeah, I came home and I was like, I'm just gonna have a coffee,
I
nothing
had a
else.
coffee yesterday too, but from Starbucks.
Did you check in?
But it was an hot
We
chocolate
never got to
almond
use
milk espresso.
But I did check
It
into
was
it, yes.
105
yes, I
calories
looked at it.
for regular
I looked
size, so I
into it.
doubled it, so,
And I
but it was so good.
I think we decided
really
right now.
It wasn't.
Yes,
You
because
did it
we're
in
only gonna be
Manchester or
there
you
for
went
a
to
day.
one?
Oh, I
And
don't
it's
know, I
one,
was in Portland, so,
There's
one
one
on
in
nine,
Crown
I
Rose
think
that's
was
supposed to be
the.
opening
Oh.
up soon.
with the-
well, this is a chocolate
Run charge
almond
was,
shaken espresso. It
No, no,
was
no,
good.
at the Hilton,
It sounds.
which is a
Oh,
block
oh,
away.
oh.
It had
But
like
the
chocolate
difference is
powder,
that
I
some
think.
people, you're right there, you just
Yeah.
walk out and.
It was okay.
you go this
I
way,
only
you go that
drank-
way, you go
I
this
probably
way.
left this
Yeah,
much
it's
in
10-minute
there,
walk. It's 10-minute walk.
but I got up and made breakfast.
It's just.
From
Biscuits
And
and
food is.
eggs and bacon, before Brittany went to work.
Yeah.
It's just.
And so I ate that and then I went to
Why
the
go
queen.
out, middle of east
and then
traffic, the state.
came
Oh, we
home
hop
and
in the car
cooked
and go to
and-
University Park
Yeah,
and
whatever.
go to Rice
Yeah.
University, Rice
And
Village.
sleeves and stuff.
Eat
Oh,
weird
yummy.
food.
That's in-
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
And
Sure.
in Oreo West.
Oh, God.
Then we
I
ordered
don't know about
Domino's
now. We haven't
later
talked
on.
about this.
I would say.
And I was like, I'm gonna try one of these lobby.
Ordered some lobby.
Oh, see, I don't like those. Brittany loves those.
It's actually pretty good.
I have to go to the bathroom.
Kristen said there's too much chocolate.
Yeah, Brittany loves those.
We could discuss
lobby.
about
I know.
Yeah. He has two.
Where our partner?
181
I
and
don't want it,
182.
I wonder where you got it.
Oh, yeah.
Out there? I would have had it earlier, but I had to root around for blades and forks and knives and stuff
Come
like
on,
that.
Kathy.
No
Get
big deal
up, get
though.
something.
Do we have a break right now?
I think we're having a break right now.
We
We
did.
have one person waiting in person.
Oh, well, let's do it. I just got a portion.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Bill?
Yes.
Could you do me too?
As long as it's just black.
Yes, sir.
Who made that? Did somebody bring it?
Val brought it.
I think Val picked it up somewhere.
I'm gonna try and stay away.
I was
Oh, good.
trying until Scott brought it in here. It looks so good.
Well, I really like this. I, for just a half a second, thought about cutting one piece, leaving that and taking the rest. But I thought it'd be kind of tacky to sit here with a big pie pan in front of me.
No, I just brought it for everybody, but nobody else wanted it, really.
Is this something
No
new?
definition of a slice.
Did you become
Yeah.
concerned?
I just don't
Really, there's
publicly
no-
do it that way very often.
Certainly.
Not publicly, at least.
I think there's another one too, isn't there?
Yes. Pecan pie.
Yeah,
Out
that's the
there?
one I'm trying like not to go.
Yeah,
go look.
yeah.
I didn't see that.
Yes,
That's
Scott, so later on you can get another side.
Thank you, Bill.
Barbara, open the box on the pecan pie too.
Oh, yeah.
That's what we were just saying.
I like the devil.
Tell me about it.
Killing my pants.
Uh-huh. Okay, it's the last straw, right? Last week.
Don't you hate it the way cotton shrinks, you know?
No.
Yeah, that's what it is. You gonna bring him in or you gonna wait?
No, wait.
What's the case?
181 and 182.
Efficient people.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Somebody out there.
Page one.
They're waiting for us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
181, 182.
yeah.
Page one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait,
Is it Gerald?
Yeah,
Okay, just want to make sure I had it right.
okay. Yeah, my name is Gerald Hudson.
Just wanted to be sure I had the right one.
I own two properties that we're talking about.
Right. We'll get to both of them.
Because they're so similar,
Yep, we'll get to both of them.
we could talk about both. of them.
We have some administrivia to go through first.
Okay,
We're going to be opening hearings on two properties, case 182, 181 and 182. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q1 and Q2.
Amen. Got it?
182 has.
Yeah, I checked it. The original protest form Q2 is checked.
Got it.
Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. The five of us around the table, this table here are the review board. Eamon is the district representative. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. Survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a letter will be generated with our determination of value and will also contain instructions and information about what you can do if you choose to appeal. If you don't agree with us. In accordance with tax code 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. We have all your evidence in the system. Is that correct?
I think so.
Very good. If you gave it to the ladies out front, it's there.
I gave it to the ladies out. front.
Well, then it's there.
I don't know
Thank
what
you.
happened.
We have
we
it.
have it.
Oh, it-
I got-
There's
I
a
got my
black
copies
hole
back.
out there that, and no,
Looking at it now.
the ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F as related to cases number 181 and 182.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F as it relates to case ID 2021-181 and 182.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F in relation to case numbers 181 and 182.
Regarding cases 181 and 182, I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Scott Waggart, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F regarding case 2021-182 and 181.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
Also state your name, please. Whenever you're ready. No, you don't have to do that part. I do want you to go ahead and read this out loud.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct
And state your
to the
name, please.
best of my knowledge.
And state your name, please.
Gerald Hudson.
And go ahead and just state the case numbers.
What do I do with that?
Just say them out loud.
Oh, this is case 2021-182 and 2021-181.
I, Amon do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct for cases 181 and 182.
Gerald, I'm obligated to ask you if you have an appraiser's license in the state of Texas.
No, I do not.
Thank you. You have on your table over there, this is the procedure we'll follow throughout the hearings. Okay,
Okay.
and we're going to open the first one with case 181, account 63007. Who would you like to speak first, you or Eamon?
Should I tell you that I did have a appraiser's license in Kansas?
That's okay, as long as it's not in Texas.
That's a long time ago.
Yeah,
Okay.
no problem. We're gonna open case number 181, account 63007. Would you like to go first, or would you like Eamon to go first?
Doesn't matter to me, whatever's convenient for you.
Well, the governor says you get to choose.
I'll go first.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Okay.
This is case 181. This is account 63007.
I guess first thing that I wanted to point out was that property ID number 63006 and 63007 are both owned by me. And the front page of each of these notices are incorrect. The one that was marked 007 is for 15, and the one for 006 is 14. However, the market values shown are crossed.
Oh, the prior year.
Yeah,
Okay.
and it kind of confused me at first, but the market value for 15 as shown on this sheet is actually for 14 and vice versa. Okay. So,
So what we're dealing with is 63007, which is really 188 is the market value.
No, he's pointing out that the
15.
value last year was not 101, it was 137.
The prior year.
Oh, the prior year.
Prior
Okay,
year.
Just on the cover sheet of Trump.
Just so
Okay.
okay,
Okay.
all right.
Okay. The 63007 is the larger of the two buildings. So you would expect that its price would be higher.
Yeah,
But it's shown lower on the. So I don't know how that got mixed up with it.
That's the last year's value. Looking at this number here,
Yeah,
that's last year's value.
that's 2020 market value. Yeah. But that number should be on this sheet.
It's just a cover sheet.
Yeah.
It's only a cover sheet. It doesn't really pertain to anything.
Well, it kind of did, for me, it kind of confused me.
I'm with you.
And then, one other thing that I thought I should point out was that on number 15, this is your data again, your evidence. On number 15, which is the end building down here, this photograph shows that this property extends beyond what it really does. The lot that 15 is on and the lot that 14 is on is the same size.
Yes, and those lines are approximate.
And there is some concrete down here. Okay. And that enabled this building to extend forward, to get the additional size. But that's not owned by me. That's owned by Larry Pierce.
Okay.
And he's told me on a couple of occasions that he's gonna put up a barrier, so I can't use it, but he hadn't done it yet. So that may be why the land value of 15 is higher than the land value on 14. I don't know why that's the case, but the lots are adjacent and they're the same size. There's about $1,000 difference. One other thing with regard to your evidence, maybe I shouldn't be taking this first. And on building 14, you're showing that you never had any evidence on price. And I don't think that's the case, because right after I bought that building, the first thing I got was a notice that the tax value was going up from more than I paid for it. And I protested that. And I provided the information to this office. I have as evidence a closing statement on my building, and I paid $90,900 for it. And I've been paying taxes on 106,690 since the first that I've owned it.
Now, you're talking about building
14.
Let's don't get off on that. That's a separate case. Let's stick with one case.
Okay, can I stick with,
Let's
can I
stick with,
start with 14?
No, start with 15.
We already started
we've
with
already started.
15.
Okay, you've already started as 15.
Yeah,
Well, I don't have much to say about 15 that I couldn't say about both buildings. Let me just regroup here for just a second. Both of these buildings are storage buildings. They store my personal stuff. I don't operate a business out of these. Never have. I don't think any of my neighbors do. You have listened to approximately 13 or 14 other people talking about these buildings, I presume.
Yeah.
I know that Jack Ort was just here.
Yeah, I need to
and
stop
Jack's my
you.
neighbor down the way.
Okay, I need to stop you here. You'll have some more time later, but your 5 minutes is up for now, so you have more time later.
Go on.
Amen. You
Do I
got,
get 5 minutes per building or 5 minutes?
Yeah, you will.
Yeah.
you'll get.
So we're done with 15.
No,
now.
no,
Well,
no,
yeah.
we're still talking about 15.
Okay.
So Amen, you have 2 minutes for cross and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, I'll present our evidence. So this is the right one.
Yeah, please.
Are they? My tablet keeps popping up. Keeps giving me the other one. Okay. Okay. So yeah, this one is the end unit and lens storage. It's just a little bit bigger than the others. It's slightly different square footage. This year it was revalued, like all the other stuff in lens storage subdivision. It was noticed at 263,537. If you notice on your protest listing, the prior year value is correct there. It went from 137 to 263. The settlement offer is equivalent to the others per square foot, basically, at 197,512. And the rest we've kind of been over ad infinitum. I have some. He hasn't presented everything. I don't want to present his evidence for it, so I'll just give him, whatever time I have. Keep going.
Okay, and your offer of 197 is based on $6. Okay. All right. So Gerald, then you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal, so 4 minutes, and I'm going to give you his extra time. So, okay.
But we're still talking about 15.
Let's stay on 15.
Let's
Yes,
stay
sir.
on 15. I guess I brought in the deed covenants and restrictions for land storage subdivision. And these covenants essentially do this. They provide for no commercial use of the buildings. They provide limited access for the owners and their friends. And they provide limited parking and no signage. Now, what I'm suggesting is that any commercial use or commercial building in that area, these restrictions would all be limiting that use. And so I and my neighbors, I don't believe, have, quote, any commercial use in these buildings at all. And if we were to look at, a analysis of income and expense, it would all be expense. There is no income for this building at all. Okay. Now, it might be considered academic that you could analyze perhaps the value of this building by some academic means, but in this case, I don't think that's very applicable. The other thing that I wanted to bring to your attention is that I do have a piece of data that I think you're probably aware of it now. My thunder is pretty much gone, but I do have Jack Ford's closing statement for his building, which is number 11. And it is exactly the same as 14 in construction. And as I've told you, 15 is slightly bigger, but it's the same construction in the same place in the same area. And I would say that they're 100%, what you would say, comps. And Jack Ort's closing shows that he paid $99,000 for his building 2 years ago. And I think that's the latest sale of any of that property over there. So I think that's a real good data point for y'all in terms of what the market is for these buildings. That seems to.
Is your building bigger than his?
I'm
Are
sorry,
you bigger than his? Because you have that wrong.
15 is bigger than that building.
What are the dimensions?
It's 40 by 80.
3,200.
And the other buildings are 40 by 60.
So your other building is the same size as his?
I'm sorry.
Your other one is the same size as his?
Let's stick with this
No.
one.
The other building, 14,
Yeah.
is exactly the same size as all the rest of the buildings.
Stay on.
Your card shows it as 42 by 80.
That is correct.
There's a problem there.
Yeah, maybe. 40, I mean, is that number from memory, or are you certain that, we keep in mind, we're doing exterior dimensions, so. The exterior
Well,
dimensions.
I haven't measured it. It was sold to me as a 40
have
by 80.
42.
And those are all standard sizes. So I doubt very much if it's bigger than that.
Yeah, Jackie, did you just remeasure it or what?
I got 42, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so there you go.
So, my other comments would be directed toward your own evidence. And that would be a matter of comps and what's comparable and what isn't. It looks to me like you've used as comps, and you said you've provided me with evidence that all these comps are 100% comparable. When almost all of these buildings on this list are commercially used buildings located in commercial locations. You realize that the buildings that I own are not on a street.
That's the other one.
And the only
Which is-
access to these buildings are by liens from the other owners. Okay. So the comps are what they are, but I don't think they're very comparable in this case. Many of these, I've underlined them, and I would have said that 70% perhaps of these comps are not comps at all. They're commercially used buildings. Some of them are quite large, like 16,000 square feet, 14,000 square feet, 37,000 square feet. So while they may be metal buildings, I'm not so sure they're 100% comparable to my two buildings. I guess that's really the sum of my presentation.
Okay.
I have a property here that I think is directly comparable. That is perhaps new to you, and that's Jack Ord's building.
That's your next one.
Right.
You're talking about 14 now.
No, let's.
We're still on 15.
Let's stay with
Still on
15.
15.
But I'm kind of summarizing because I'm out of gas.
Okay.
My argument for 14 and my argument for 15 were about essentially the same. So I really don't have anything much more to say. If I could convince you that this building is misclassified, then that's what I've been trying to say.
Okay.
If you used a model that said what kind of income I should be deriving from this property, you all would be sending me tax money back.
No, we understand you're not renting this building. Can you answer, Mr. Hudson, what does the inside of this building look like? Is it subdivided? Is it air conditioned? The
No.
condition of your bathroom? What?
None of these buildings were air conditioned to start with.
Okay.
Now, I have put a small window type air conditioner in my building,
Okay.
in building 14.
No, don't worry about the 14.
In
Just
15
asking
there-
in 15.
There's no air conditioning. The inside of the building is plastic insulation.
Okay.
There's a plastic cover over the insulation on the walls and the ceiling.
Okay.
And otherwise, it's just wide open building with an unfinished cement floor.
Okay. All right. Eamon, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need it.
Okay, so first of all, the property is not misclassified. This is commercial property. It's not residential. It's gotta be residential, commercial, multifamily, something like that. Nobody's allowed to live here. This is unequivocally commercial property. It's state code F1. It is, was, and will continue to be F1 commercial property. there's many kinds of commercial property. It's not somebody's residence, so I'll just point that out. The second thing is, on his, included in his evidence, there is a settlement that was from here, from the Aransas County Appraisal District for $101,690, and this is for the neighboring one, the smaller one. But the point is illustrated the same way. I'm just using it as, we'll consider it a comp, right? As far as value change year over year, this is from 2008. This property was $101,690 in 2008.
I'm confused.
Yeah,
Yeah, which one are you talking
You're on
about?
14 now.
It's in the evidence for 50.
I don't see 101, I see 197.
Okay, it's the third page of his evidence packet.
Oh, you're talking about his.
Your-
evidence.
your
His
evidence
evidence
package,
package,
His evidence. Yeah. That's why I was saying I need to present his evidence. So this is a good example of over time, the value is not working. This 13 years ago, this thing was $101,000. 13 years ago, you could buy a 3-bedroom house for less than that.
It's in, obviously, 3
Right, but the point is, that's not how real estate value works. The values
The
on
evidence is
these
for 14,
buildings is
the
not
other one.
functioning.
Even though it's in the 15.
They're just sitting
So the
there
101
and the
is
value is
just for the
eroding away year over year. Because they're not being
The other
correctly
one was last year.
maintained in our system. So to me, it would be ridiculous to have anything in this county valued the same as it was 15 years ago. Ridiculous.
You have another closing statement that's 2 years old.
Yeah.
And I believe that,
That was not an open market sale, though.
I don't know, you just talked to Jack Ward,
Yeah, I know.
and he told me that
I'm just saying,
there were no special.
it wouldn't matter to me what the property category is. If it's real estate, its value's gone up in the last 15 years. There's been 3 presidents, a recession, a bubble.
I'm
okay,
sorry,
All
but
right,
that's
so
not.
hang on here. Let's get back to,
Like,
so you have
I'll
one,
keep my mouth.
okay, you have 1 minute to close. So any final thoughts and then,
All right.
go ahead.
So it's
It's your minute, yeah.
Well, you know, the idea that property continues to evaluate, no matter where it is, continues to get more and more expensive, is not really true. You know, there's a lot, if we go back to the years of right in behind Harvey, I don't think that property here was more expensive at that point than it was the year before and the year before that, perhaps. All areas in the country have their ups and downs of property values. I just have to disagree with your idea that it continues to go up and up, especially as the property becomes more and more aged. And in this particular environment, metal buildings age pretty quickly. I don't know if you've noticed that.
Yeah, Amy, you have 1 minute to close. Okay. Now it's our time.
We've never done this before, so I just want to propose that. Is there any sort of land table for limb storage subdivision? In other words, he has 2 pieces of property that he has a land value. And they are contiguous.
Jack,
We've never done that, I don't think so.
We've never done it, but we've never talked
No,
about
we
someone who owns 2 properties
No, yeah.
contiguous to them.
Mm-mm.
So I'm just curious. It's just a question. It's simply a question.
I find it strange, but hey, I don't know.
Damon,
Yeah.
and that's only for vacant land, correct?
What is?
Adding the 2 land
Not
sites
really.
together?
We've done houses with a piece of property.
They can do whatever they want with that.
I'm just asking a question.
Yeah,
The boxes checked? No.
No.
but you usually
If
one
you
is,
check-
at least one is vacant.
So,
Yeah.
We almost
That doesn't
have
matter.
2 houses next to each other.
okay,
They're owned by the same person.
they're owned by the same person.
From a real estate standpoint.
Tear the house down. Some people tear both houses down.
We can look at that. Here's kind of where I am. We look at the, from what Mr. Hudson has said about the interior of his building, it sounds like it's a lot like the previous one we looked at.
We
It's
did
$5.
$5 a square foot.
We gave, it's just bigger. And so if you do a ratio of the sizes at $5 a square foot, you get 163,800.
I'm with you. I'm with you. Yeah.
That's
From
where I
117.
was. I mean, it only makes sense.
Yeah.
So,
That's the
163,
case.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
800?
Yep.
Okay.
Make the motion? Yep. Okay, so I move on case ID 2021-181, account 63007. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal, I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $263,530 down to $163,800.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, case is closed. Opening case 182, account 63006.
I guess I didn't quite understand.
Would you repeat the number for me?
$163,800.
That's on 15.
15.
Yeah.
And that's what you all think it's worth.
Mhm. Okay, we've opened case 182.
We're in the next case now.
Just 14.
I think you've heard my arguments.
For the same thing.
I would reiterate
We
that
did
the
117 on the prior one.
the closing statement that I've offered as evidence for building number 11 is completely consistent, comparable to building number 14. That was purchased for $99,000. And y'all may have heard something from Jack that I don't know about, because he told me that there were no considerations in that sale at all. This is a straight sale. He did not know the previous owner personally. So that's the way I took it. And I can't say anything more than that. It's a closing statement. It's what he paid for the building. I would say that I was prepared for y'all to say that some increase in the values would be justifiable. And I thought that 1% a year was probably reasonable to think of. That would put building 14 at about $113,000 or $14,000. And then if you ratio that up to building 15, that's somewhere in the neighborhood of $150,000. That's what I assumed would be a reasonable value at this point. So with all that having been said, I think I'm done.
Okay. And Eamon, you have 2 minutes for cross and 2 minutes, 5 minutes into the presentation.
No, it's the same evidence as last.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
117.
117.
117. Okay. Just go ahead and make the motion.
Wait,
Do we need to, yeah,
you need to go through.
the time. Okay. Mr. Hudson, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination. If you need it.
Who would I cross-examine?
Well, the district, and he didn't say anything, so.
If it's going to make a difference, we're going to propose a value consistent with Mr. Orts as well. At 117,000.
I don't know what you did.
Well, that's what we did, 117,000.
There were 15 buildings in this row. They're all alike.
Right, we take that into consideration.
And I think that as far as I know, my neighbors, and I don't know everybody that owns this building. But I think consistently, nobody uses these buildings anything but for any reason but their personal storage.
Right.
I don't think there's anybody running the business and living there or any kind of thing. I wish, while I understand the broad brush of commercial buildings, I wish that in more parables are considered that you actually use comparables. I'm afraid that the list that I was given as your evidence for comparables is not very comparable. Location, location, location. In real estate, it's always been the deal. And, these are pretty remote buildings, and my two buildings are clear at the end of this deal. And so my access is at the convenience and good relations that I have with my neighbors.
Okay.
Done.
All right.
Done again.
Okay. Then again.
I can't change your minds,
Okay.
I guess. You already said it's done, so I guess I can't.
No.
No, not necessarily. So Amy, you have a minute to close.
Did you say it
Need
was
it?
done at 1:17?
Okay.
We'll make a motion.
Okay, you have 1 minute to close. Any final thoughts?
I thought I offered, a value that I thought was consistent with the value of this property. It's not terribly far from where you're at. But I noticed that as soon as that gets done, then it gets ratioed into the next building. And so the bill keeps going up. I guess you have to expect that.
Okay.
Okay.
If we're all in agreement then, yeah. So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-182, account number 63006, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, or Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal of the equity value, that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $188,240 down to $117,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
And for
Mr. Hudson,
117, I didn't get that.
It's $5 a square foot.
Yeah, but what-
117.
Oh, okay, even.
and you'll get a letter in the mail that will include both of these determinations and instructions as to what you can do if you choose to appeal. Okay?
But if I appeal, do I get to meet y'all again?
No.
Be,
No.
Just be different people. I was gonna say it probably wouldn't make a good presentation if I just had to say that. To you.
Okay, we're all done.
Done me?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thanks for coming in.
Thanks for
Hey.
listening.
Jackie, is there other 8:30 to check in?
As far as nobody calling in, no.
It appears that there's nothing else on 8:30 that's waiting or that we have to deal with. So that pie is out there waiting.
Calories in there.
A lot. Oh, come on. Are you cold, Jackie? Oh, my.
I'm okay. I mean, I'd rather be cold than hot.
Okay.
Yep, don't change the air because of me. Left my breakfast in my can this morning. Walked up and left my breakfast in my can this morning.
Oh.
I got to work and I'm like,
Hate it when that happens.
I heated it up and everything. Back there, I'm like, oh.
Brief shower.
Yeah. I hardly even got this. Pretty wet.
Is it raining still, or was that just downpour?
No, it's just a few sprinkles.
Well, every little bit helps.
Yeah.
I watered my yard last night.
It sounded like it rained.
Where's this building shifted? Or has it always been like that? Doesn't close very well. I've never noticed that before.
I had it closed for a while.
Oh. Jackie, how was your weekend?
Oh, yard work. Every weekend, my canal is almost finished, but
Your what is?
my canal.
Oh,
Well, because now I had a bunch of trees that were in the canal, like kind of on the side of because I don't have a bulkhead.
Ah.
So, but there was really pretty trees that were like growing and to go, in my backyard. Well, the freeze killed them all. So I've been getting out there little by little with a chainsaw, and cutting them all down. So,
cool.
yeah, I figured some of them might grow back, so I left it for a while. So I have like,
What kind of trees were they?
I don't know.
Just trees.
Yeah, just like, I don't know, there's 3 in my yard that are the same time, but one actually grew back, but it's like leaning this way and but anything.
Yeah, we finally found somebody to take down some dead palms.
Yeah. Before the hurricane, I had 3 palm trees in my front yard. And then they left.
32 trees.
Yeah, we had 48 or 51 or something like that, because all these different kind of imported palms of all sorts. And they've gradually died off through the years.
Some came back after the storm.
But the queen
Not
palms.
many. The queen. Yeah.
Queens are all dead.
No, they're all dead. Yeah.
And we haven't got.
I lost those in the storm.
But we had 3 in the front yard of the house we're living in that were Washingtonians, and they're just dead.
Yeah, yeah.
Washingtonians, which, I mean, they live for
How many
everything.
ones that were?
You grow those in
the
Dallas.
Sable palms, the ones with the real expensive ones.
Sables,
They did fine.
they did great.
Yeah.
And if I ever
If
plant
you
another
place anything for a
tree,
sable.
I'll do the sables, because they're Texas natives. That's a native
Yeah,
to South
did
Texas.
fine.
They do great. They never lost the color.
I'm sorry to inform you, but your car got wet.
What?
Your car got wet.
I'm sure.
Oh, I don't know. Some people might get concerned about that.
Didn't yours get wet?
I washed mine, so it rained. There you have it.
That's okay. You can pay it.
You have an agent with 7 accounts.
Okay.
You got me right there, that end chair.
Howdy.
This is Miss Simpson.
I'm sorry, it's who?
Simpson?
Ms. Simpson?
Yes. Yeah. Like 4 pictures on here for different accounts.
Oh,
This is
plug
a
this
template.
into.
There.
Plug this into the bottom one.
I have no idea. Do you need name it?
What's the case on it?
Yeah.
She's gonna have several cases. She's the only one on Cinnabon. Yeah.
Okay, what's her?
Her name is Simpson Theron, just like Sharon with the list. It's CHARE.
I like that.
Oh, it is. I mean,
I watched on Golden Pond over the weekend.
Oh my God, that's an old.
Oh, I love it though. I love the music. It's more than anything else. But I don't know if you remember Kathleen
Oh,
Hepburne's
sorry.
character was
Do you need name it?
Ethel.
Yeah, I don't know,
Ethel
what should I
Fair.
plug this into?
There.
Yeah, and he made a joke about it. It sounds like a lifting Ethel Fair.
So we don't want So
These are all
Are you
templates.
an agent?
no, I'm a friend of the Mills, which is why I got roped into this and the businesses, but I work for a developer in Houston. The Mills used to live next door to me in Houston for over 30 years, and Albert owns poor man's. So I just go down there and make him find me here, since we got lost.
And Albert's having fun in California.
Yeah, it's, yes.
Bless it. When I
Yes.
grow up, I want to be Albert.
You bet.
When I grow up, I want to be Albert.
You know, he has the most fun. It's like, he has a key to my house. I mean, we used to live next door to each other, and the reason these got postponed is because somebody ran a red light and broadsided.
I remember you.
Amen.
And,
Yeah.
Yeah, you just unplug the
my
left one.
darling dears. My
Oh, is this
grandmothers
Yeah, you're gonna, Scott, you're gonna.
Okay.
Yeah,
This one, you're gonna
the
go.
police got there, so I called Adam, I said, so are you in the house Friday? It doesn't work with us.
Amen, what, to
Or,
the bottom one?
he said, no, I said, well, what are you doing? Because I need
Oh,
someone
it
to
will
look
go
at
into
Ted
the-
Henry because
This?
you know, he says, I'm playing golf in Pasadena, but I will leave and come to visit that.
No
I'll
signal.
find somebody else, you know.
It may
Yeah,
be,
he's
Poke
usually
him up.
right because our
He's
son
just
is
awakening.
He's you know, Marion died.
Here we go.
So they live next door.
all
to me when
right,
she
and I gotta
passed.
do Mr. Login here.
Yeah, they lived, used to live next door to me when she passed, okay, they lived on North Florida before so he eats dinner at Diana's or Betty's on Monday or Wednesday, vice versa. He plays cards on Tuesday, and he plays golf on
Oh my
Friday.
God, you've got a schedule.
Scotty,
He
tell me
comes
when you're
down
ready.
here every
Would you like to
Thursday.
go first? It doesn't matter.
All set?
We're getting there.
Okay. Ms. Simpson? Ms. Simpson?
Yes. Is this the same? Okay.
Ms. Simpson?
Yes,
We
sir.
have some administrivia that we need to go through before we get down to the meat of the matter.
Okay.
If you just follow along with me, I'll have some questions for you when I get down toward the end. Okay? We're opening a series of hearings. 2087, 2088, 2088, 2089, 2090, 2091, and 2092. This hearing is being recorded.
Looks like under protest is Q1 and Q2 for all of them.
For the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. Ms. Simpson, we're the appraisal review board. Ms. Simpson, we're the appraisal review board around this table. Ray is the district representative. And
Mike.
Mike. Okay.
I get two.
For the price of one. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pted.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-arb. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F as related to case number 2087, 2088, 2088, 2089, 2090, 2091, and 2092.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F as it pertains to case number 2087, 2088, 2089, 2090, 2091, and 2092.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with an individual in relation to, communicate with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and that's in relation to case numbers 2087, 2088, 2088, 2089, 2090, 2091, and 2092.
Regarding cases 2087, 2088, 2088, 2089, 2090, 2091, and 2092. I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F related to case IDs 2087, 2088, 88, 89, 90, 91, and 92.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Thank you. Right,
I, Ray Preston, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas District is true and correct. And this is for cases 2087 through 2092.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall provide to the Aransas County Appraisal District for the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct for the following cases: 2087, 2088, 2088, 2089, 2090, 2091, 2092.
ma'am, do you hold an appraiser's license in the state of Texas?
No, sir.
Okay. We're gonna start with case 2087, account number 25799. Who would you like to go first? You or the district?
Me.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, great. So if you look at the hearing evidence, I have a summary sheet, which is between equity and sales. Equity is lower at 17,408. If you look at the next page, you will see the equity section. I threw out comp number 1 because as you see, these are a 50%. They're 1/2 of 4/9 interest in closing of Plum Street. So that's Francis's part is 25799, and your comp is her brother's part. So I mean, it's the same piece of property, so I threw that comp out. On comp number 2, I used 321 East Main Street. And on comp number 3, I threw that out because that is also John and Fran's, okay? And so we're looking at this on the same docket. So we have one comp left for equity, and that was at $2, the actual value is $2.31. However, I found another equity one. The Whitehead parcel is at 115 Front Street. It's just from the subject property. It's just a stone's throw across Park Road 13. Its value last year was $1.58 a square foot. This year it was reduced to $1.44 a square foot. So that's what I asked for, was the $1.44 a square foot, or $17,408. If you look at page 3, the next page after that, you will see this is your comp equity grid again. Number 1 was the subject property, just as the subject is. Number 2 I used, and number 3 is also owned by the subject, so I threw it out. On sales, if you turn to the next section, you'll see that the sales were at $1.49 a square foot when I came out with those. The equity was $1.44, which was lower. Comp number 1, it was much larger than the subject property. Comp number 2 is no change from the prior year. Comp number, which is $1.94. Comp number 3 is, it's not a vacant lot. So we're not comparing apples to apples there, since the subject is vacant. On the sales dated August 20th, which was comp number 1, it was 213, but that's, 231, that's after you guys adjusted everything. So the next one was a 2019 sale for $1.95. The next one was a 2020 sale, which again, I threw out because it's developed and it's not vacant land. On the next page, if you look at the subject, you see the subject's notice value was $2.30 a square foot. At the sales average of $2.13 a square foot was the other alternative, and the subject most like was at $1.95. I did, however, find other sales in the evidence packet that you chose not to present. It was vacant land only. They were account numbers 29539, 25888, and 29537. When I put all of those together, 2 of them were $1.49. That made the median $1.49. So the subject at the median of $1.49 is $18,037. One thing we need to know, if you're not just going to talk about equity, but talk about market, since it's 50% of it, 4/9 interest, okay? Even though the brother and sister own the 50%, because somebody else owns those other 5/9 and they're not related to them. So it's really hard to market a piece of property and sell it unless somebody wants to buy your little interest that you inherited from millions of years ago. They have looked in to see who owns all of this, and one person actually lives in Canada, and some that when we looked on your website, there's not even addresses for some of those people. So marketing this would be very difficult. So that being said, I came out to $1.44 square foot on my equity comp, that it decreased, and that's what's on my summary sheet, $17,408.
That's $1.45.
I always
$1.44.
$1.44. Yeah, I always use 3 digits because sometimes they round and sometimes they don't. So I'm happy with $1.44, $1.45. That will.
That's fine.
100% doesn't matter.
These were put in those segments.
Oh,
Sensibility.
I have extra copies if you want them.
That's okay, thank you. And let me understand, this is 1/2
At 4
of
nights.
4 nights.
Right. So that's 1/2, that's 2/18.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's why I said it's. But it's a brother and sister. I don't know where where John got it at. John's is in his entity names, and Fran is his sister, and it's in a trust.
so
Okay, so Ray,
here's the rest of it.
you have 2 minutes for cross and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Yes.
And before you get started,
Yeah.
I just want to ask, what we're seeing on our paperwork here, is that the full price or is this the half of the 4/9?
It's the full.
This is the full price, what we're seeing on our
Right.
sheets here, the value, okay.
Because the other one's on down the line. The other one is on case number,
We'll get,
is the 2091.
okay, and we'll get to that one eventually.
27,810 is, wait, that reflects,
2714.
did I say 27,810
That's the value, 27,810
for lot 9 through 16?
for lot 9 through 16.
That's correct.
And maybe I wasn't listening close enough to your question.
Yeah.
So is this the whole
property.
property or is this the
The
1/2
answer is yes.
of 4 nights?
Yeah, is it a tiny piece of the pie or is it the whole pie?
Well, the account's not set up in undivided interest. However, in the past, some of our older accounts, before undivided interest was a thing, it is possible. So we should look that there's another account. It doesn't happen very often, but it's possible.
There's a lot, when I researched this, because we were looking at the owners, okay, not to talk out of turn. Okay, there's a whole lot of owners with undivided interest in this.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Do we have those as separate accounts? Is what the board is asking.
yes,
We do.
right, and just like this one here is
Yeah, yeah,
John's, the
close.
brothers, and the top one is Fran's.
See,
Really,
this-
really.
So
Oh, I got
This
you.
number.
I got you.
right
The
here
answer's in the
reflects
paperwork.
one-
Yeah.
2087.
There's another account.
2087 and
This is
2090.
not the whole property.
That value is not for the whole. That
Okay.
value is for their ownership.
Yes,
That
yes,
makes it even worse.
yes.
You think?
Oh, wait a minute, I'm so confused. So it's for the ownership, it's for the whole property?
It's for
Yeah.
12,089 square feet. Is what that is. That is their,
At the whole
That's the
property.
50%.
assuming, yes, I mean. Yes, to my knowledge, yes.
It would have to be because the comps have larger square footage.
Well, that's not necessarily true. The comps can be whatever the comps are.
No, I meant when I looked at the comps, the median.
Yes, ma'am. And
ones.
my answer was, yes, it could, the comps could be bigger or smaller. They're just what's sold around you. So it's not necessarily, but they are adjusted on in our comp grid for the square footage that we've indicated, the 12,000 square feet. So if you go to the property card, let's go ahead and get started.
Okay,
on
let's
this.
go ahead and get started.
Yeah.
Okay, so you ready, Robert?
Yes.
This is pop up.
Okay, we can stop now for a minute.
Right, and then if you click on this right, you can just hold it.
Okay,
One of the evidence package right there.
okay.
And I'll start on the, yeah, it just takes a.
Second for it to load.
It's tricky this morning because you talked fast and your documents were scanned in like
Oh, sorry.
like my little child did it. They were kind of
I'm
all
used
over
to
the
talking
place.
fast, so
Yeah,
somebody doesn't say types.
that's okay. You did good. I have a question for you though. I have 2 minutes across. And
Right.
my only question is on your equity comp, where you gave like $1.40 something or something. like that.
$1.44.
Is that triangular piece of land that Steve, what's his name owns, that you comped that on? You said it was a stone's throw away. I'm just curious.
Oh, that's the Whitfield's property, right?
Okay.
So, like, here's, here's my piece of
Yes,
property.
ma'am.
And you go down this street and that's Parks Road and it's right there.
Okay.
So it's like there's a corner and there's two.
Okay.
But yeah, John said it's the Whitfields and I looked and I was like, okay, which property? Because he has one.
Okay.
I said, yeah, that was it.
So we're gonna go through evidence real quick here. This property is located on the corner of Main Street and Bodart in Lamar. It is reference, Citus is 901 to 929 East Main. And it is 0.27 acres. Well, yeah, 0.27 acres. There could be some confusion here in the fact that how big is the land really? Is that because it's just referencing the ownership portion? You know what I mean? We've talked about that a little bit. We can discuss that. There's a sale on Main Street also, comp number 1, 821 East Main. It's for 1.3 acres. And it sold for, what did it sell for? Sold for 134. Okay, that's a location wise, street wise, that's a good comp. Size wise, I'm gonna need to verify the actual size of this land. Because of the way the account is set up. Comp number 2, Seaside Loop. Just kind of an okay comp. Sold for 19,000 and it sold in 2019. And it's about the same size roughly. And then comp number 3 is also on Main Street. It's further down. Sold in 2020. It is 3/4 of an acre. It sold for 95. So here's where the district's at. 2 of these comps are on Main Street. One of them's 3/4 of an acre, sells for 95,000. That's $2.85. And then the other comp is on Main Street and it is 1.3 acres and it sells for 134 with $2.32. So that fits very nicely into an economy of scale where the smaller piece of land sold for more per square feet than the larger piece of land on the same street. So that gives us a fuzzy feeling. And on equity, we're going to comp our property with oh, I see what she was saying. Yeah, I get it here. So here, this is a good example. In our equity grid, you'll notice that subject 1 has this, comp number 1 has the same address. This is because this particular parcel has more than one account.
2091 is. the-
Or it's, I guess it's mapped that way. Anyways, comp number 2 is on Main Street and then comp number 3 is also on Main Street. These are just all on the same land table. That's why they're in this grid.
Okay.
So that is all I have.
I would like to point out in the sales grid, we have very good sales information. We have 2 on the same street that would uphold the value by a large degree. The nearest one is 3/4 of an acre, basically 3 times the size. And it supports the value. If you can go to comment number 3, it supports the value. We're at 285, and that supports the 237 that we have on the subject, which would say that a smaller piece of land would actually have a higher price per square foot. So from a sales comparison standpoint, this is super solid, super solid. Moving on down to the equity grid. Yeah, the first one is the same one, but it's held in a different interest. So it's that same address. The second one, I guess, is your best comp, your land value there. Again, this is all on the same grid. That's the reason that they're adjusting out to that 27,810, because they're on the same table. They're on the same street. So we use the same table for everything. So from a sales comparison approach and from a market equity approach, the value supported here. As far as the square footage, this one's set up a little weird. Yeah, this whole Lamar Town site was set up weird years ago, and there's a whole bunch of undivided interest. Be glad to show you, the pictometry, and we can do a measurement. You have pictometry pulled up?
Well, we can't see it. I mean, we've already got this snagged the display for
Oh,
the
good.
other evidence.
Can you measure that? Area.
I'm still confused. I'm still confused.
Need to make
We'll
sure.
get to that.
Either one,
Absolutely.
but not just yet. So that whole area is 1.38 acres, and they're only being assessed, that whole parcel that I just measured is 1.38 acres. And so they're only being assessed for the 12,000 square feet, which if you go a little bit more, I need to see the undivided interest, please. Go up a little. They're only being assessed for 1/2 of a thing, and then 1/4 interest of that. So they're only being assessed for 12,000 square feet of that. Scroll down.
About 1.3 acres.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is 1/2 of that entire lot.
It's 1/2 of 4 nights. It's basically 1/2 of 1/2. If you look at your 1.38 acres, times 60, that's 60,000, roughly 60,112 square feet. And then you take that divided by 2, and then take that number roughly divided by 10, because 4 nights, 4 eighths, it's equals divided by 2, and that gives you 15,000. That's where we get our $12,000 or 12,000 square feet number from. So the 12,000 square feet is congruent with their ownership position on the card. Sorry, I took about 35 seconds longer, so you should give her equal time.
Okay. All right, so you have then 2 minutes for us and two minutes for rebuttal, but I'm gonna give you 4.5 minutes here.
Okay, so on my rebuttal is, I don't care that 1 and 3, I mean, that the other comp is the other that, that's like taking everybody on the same family that's in 4 houses and saying, you guys are all the same, so we're gonna do it. You can't use the subject property, the other 50% of the subject property as a comp against what it is, because it's like saying, if you had a red shirt and a green shirt, oh, well, we're only talking about the green shirts today, but there's 2 green, anyway, it's ridiculous. You can't take 50% of 4 nights when they're owned by the same people and back them against each other. That's like not having a comp. On his reduction that, on comp number 3, it's the same people, they just own another percentage of it in another location. So this is all a trust that was broke up and you're trying to tax each people in the different trusts, it doesn't make any sense, okay?
When you say comp, you talking sales comp or equity comp?
Equity comp,
Okay.
Because they're using the same property.
yeah.
I've
so-
got a rebuttal to that, but I'll
Okay,
wait.
well, I mean, you're using the same thing. Go out and find somebody else. You're saying that,
They're
okay,
doing it on
This-
the legal piece.
right, this right here is, we're charging you for. But anyway, that's what. Here's
Don't know.
this. You have the black one, okay? Oh, now you have it because it's your turn to have the 50% of it. And you're using that against the other one. You need to use it against all different models, okay? You shouldn't be charging the same. The same is on comp 3. They own the same property through the trust. So let's just, you find some comps that people don't, that aren't owned by Fran and John. And they didn't find any. So that was what that was. On the Front Street property is this, or as he mentioned, when I looked at the map, the Lamar stuff is messed up. And if you look at it, it's hard to find exactly what there is, all right? We're on block 169. When we get to block 172, it's even worse. But when you pick what it is, and of course, everybody knows everybody in Lockport, okay? So John said, oh, Darren, that's the Whitefields, the white, whatever the name is, property. And I said, okay. And so I was looking because I wanted to make sure that it is. And his land is the very same, but it's $1.44 a square foot. Not only that, last year it was $1.58 a square foot, and it was decreased. So that right there as a decrease, equity and sales wise, shows that my property should not be going up. And you're also, you need to go find some other comps other than my left hand against my right hand.
Okay.
Yes, sir, that's it.
All right. So the district has 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Sure. And as far as rebuttal, your argument is a great argument, but I'm just going to turn the side of the coin. So if you had 12,000 square feet and you have a brother and sister and they have the undivided interest, so that there's the 1.3 whatever, but you have 12,000 square feet and they have 12,000 square feet. And she's the sister and the brother comes in and says, my sister's only assessed at X and I'm assessed at Y. You can't do us differently. And that's what the system is showing you. We're not doing them differently. We're doing them identically. In fact, they have the exact same square footage and the exact same value. You move over one and it's on the same schedule exactly. So we're not doing left hand, right hand. It's just that the system shows that that's a different parcel ID and says, hey, this is the best match. Why? Because it has the same square footage and it has the same value. And so what's great about this is not only is the system showing that, but you go to the next one and it's down, it's on the same street. It's at 321. It happens to be a little bit bigger, but it's on the same schedule. Move to comp number 3. Comp number 3 is actually on the same street again and supports the value for an equity position. This is all pulled from the same land table. Everybody on that table has the exact same price per square foot within that certain schedule. So it is.
What is that price per square foot?
Yeah, I can show you that. Go to the, no, you were at there, you were in the evidence for the card. So if you look at the evidence for the card, and then you see the price per square foot, $202.30.
At our time, we'll want to look at the land table.
So you have 1 minute to close. Any final thoughts?
You are, okay, I reviewed what he said. You are doing my left hand against my right hand, so that's not a valid comp. You need to give us, you should have used a separate third party, that you are using me against me. You're using 50% of my sister hand versus the 50% that my brother hand has in the same family. So that's incorrect, and that those comps should be thrown out.
Okay. All right, district has 1 minute. who wants to speak here?
In the 1 minute, from a sales comparison approach, the value is well supported. You have the 285 and a 230 something, and they're much bigger. So the economies of scale would say that this at 230 or 230, I think that's what we got, 230, is well supported. From an equity standpoint, it's exactly like the other one that's 12,000 square feet. It happens to be owned by part of the same trust. But if it wasn't, property owner A and property owner B should be appraised equally. So that doesn't hold any water. Furthermore, I have two other comps on the same street that are not part of the same trust in any regard, and they're on the same table. I'd be glad to show the table to you.
That's incorrect. Your comp 3 is the same family,
Okay, they're on the same street.
but it's still me against me.
Yeah, it's a different address. It's a different address. You don't get to. It's the evidence. This board's ability resides in the evidence that's presented and to make its case. And if somebody mentioned that they'd like to look at the land.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to look at,
The land schedule.
yeah, to see where the breaks are, because in my mind, whether my sister owns, if it's two
No,
pieces of
they're on
property,
different
exactly the
computers.
same size and exact same land and
That's
the
all I
value
got.
the same. It
That's all I
doesn't matter
got.
who owns it, to me. Maybe it's my sister, maybe it's you. I mean, it doesn't matter as long as they're being treated equitably. What I
This
want,
isn't two different pieces of property.
well, I know.
This is one big piece of property that is arbitrarily carved up into 1/2 of 4/9.
Okay.
Yeah, that you could maybe look at it two different ways. One is the property carved up, or is the value of the big property of the total thing carved up? And that's why I believe the lady said that it's going to make it very, very difficult to sell.
Using it as. It's just.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah. There's tons of land on Lamar, so.
We did use two others. She's just pointed out
That's
one.
fine.
So I don't see a break on the
Right.
table.
Right, so if you went, yes, so market value was supported at both 43,000 square feet and at 75,000 square feet. So the next break is at 200,000 square feet at $1.75.
22,000?
200,000 is what it
okay.
looks like. So,
Your eyes are better.
4.5.
Okay.
So the
way more.
Yeah, way more than the 1.3.
We know what it is.
Yeah.
Oh, we know what this is, right?
We can double check, but I'm 90% sure it's going to be 230.
Yeah, it's listed as
Same land name, so.
You don't have to do that.
No, but I hate when
This
it's
is all-
because now
the
it's all
mills
screwed up.
the mills and the
How do
bars.
you know that?
Because I went to appraisal district right here.
I don't think so, yeah.
It's listed as 1.9 acres of
230 an acre.
It's
Well,
230 an acre.
John's, is in his name
230
is.
square
is
foot.
Mark
Square foot.
Lee, but there's another one down here.
That's what the land table is. And this is one piece of property
I understand.
arbitrarily
Divided up.
divided up.
One
Has children.
Yeah, key is.
So
Once we got it all sorted out in terms of,
Is in the trust that
Yeah.
belongs to all of the, where it's John's
Leave it.
belongs to
I-
children.
yeah, and just as a quick aside,
But when he
So we
first
don't
told me about this, and I tried
dredge
to
this
look
up
it
again.
up. I said,
2091 is the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's cool.
And this property determined was exactly the same.
Let's take a quick peek at what's the ID, you know?
25,797. Please.
25,798 is case number
No,
2091.
No,
he was looking at the next property up.
Oh,
Just wanted to check the
gotcha.
land value.
Pull up the market value and the land detail.
25797.
It's 230.
Okay.
What is the
It's a different, it's more.
And it's sorted. in
Oh,
my
it's
mind.
a bigger, that's a bigger piece.
Slightly larger, yes, but.
It
It's,
breaks it.
It's still less than. the
It breaks
4.5
where-
acres.
On the same line.
let me see, let me see.
Give them a break at about 4.5 acres. Anything below that is.
It's it must be part of a larger thing. Let me see, close it, and close that. And, oh, it's part of Jack's Lamar. Jack's Lamar is several hundred acres. So it's just one parcel that goes into, yes,
Yeah.
it's all included into this fence.
A lot of big check marks.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-2087, account 25799. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value, I move that we maintain the 2021 assessed value of $27,810.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Case closed. We have the option. Is it appropriate to, guys, is it appropriate to open case 2091 so that we can
Okay.
get rid of this? Okay. Ma'am? We're gonna open case 2091, account 25798, which is the other one that's associated with that. Okay?
That's fine.
Okay. In that case, open a hearing on case 2091, account 25798. Who goes first? Okay, 5 minutes.
Okay, since we already heard this, is my main rebuttal is again, you cannot sell 50% of a one of I put my glasses back on. 50% of a 1/2 of a 4/9 interest. Okay. Their whole family, what he quoted was incorrect. Their whole family does not own that. The brother and the sister own 50%. Okay, so they each own 4/9 of the interest. Strangers own the other 5/9, so you can't market that 4/9 without the cooperation of the other 5/9. And so therefore, it is not marketable. And it doesn't equate, and his comment that he made, since we're talking about the same hearing evidence, is comp number 3 has nothing to do with comp number 1. It's in a different location. It's just by the same owners. And so where the brother and the sister own it together, but they don't own the whole thing either. So you keep trying to act like because they own a little piece that they inherited some time ago, that they have the will and power to do anything with it. They don't. So they're just stuck with this property until the other 5/9 of the people decide that they want to dispose of it as well. So therefore, actually, in that case, it should be at last year's value, but last year's value is higher than 115 Front Street. And literally, if you walked out of your door here, okay, and threw it across the street, is 115 Front Street, all right? And so there's no difference in the land that is there. And let's look and see. Okay, I don't have any pictures on that one, but it's ridiculous to think that you have any way to sell your part without somebody else's. And one of those people is disappeared and another one lives in Canada. This is unmarketable property. That's it.
Assuming the brother and the sister are on the same page, why couldn't they take each of their halves, put them together and carve it out of this whole piece as a separate lot?
I think when you plat it, okay, because one, I work for a developer and builder in Houston, okay?
And all I'm asking is,
You have to get permission from the other, you have to have everybody's consent to change the plat, to replat.
well, I'm sure you do, but that a registered letter sent to it.
But there's no,
Somebody's paying taxes on the other parts of this. Somebody is paying
unless there's
taxes
a
on
lien
it.
on them, is there a lien on it?
Huh.
I don't
But
know,
I'm
what-
just saying.
when we did the
someone
research,
is-
one's in
there is an
Canada and
address,
one's MIA.
And a registered letter would be able to carve that out and make it saleable.
It could, but
It'd take a while.
it would take a lot of people to agree, so.
It'd be very expensive legal fees plus the development fees.
No question. I have to ask a question of, this piece is owned by how many people? 9, 6,
Nine.
whatever.
Yeah.
So who is paying the taxes on it?
On the 4/9,
Not,
because they're separate accounts, you each get your own tax bill, so the Francis account paid her taxes and the John account paid his taxes. Who the other property owners are, it's not up to us for them to pay their taxes. And if you look at which I don't think I have it with me, if you look at the mailing addresses on the owners, one of the owners is in Canada and one of the owners has no known address because we tried to track them down to solve this problem. So as far as I know, the one that doesn't have any address on it, there could be a lien on it, but that doesn't affect our 4/9. I mean, so, but yeah. There's not a lien on our 4/9. There could be a lien on the other one, which would, one of the 9/9, which would prohibit you from selling it.
sorry,
I'm just
it's
thrilled
not
it's
funny.
me.
but-
Wasn't this a fun one to start with?
I'm thrilled it's not me.
I don't know how,
What a mess.
are we gonna go through Ray's evidence?
I can speak briefly. There's problems with this land from the point of ownership. There's no denying that. There's a lot of could be, what does it mean type of questions. Something that has not happened to this land is the people who own this land have not decided to have a garage sale and give someone else their problems. The reason for that is, could be family. Hey, it's been in my family forever. It's gonna be in my family forever. It also could be because this is very valuable land. Land in Lamar is not cheap. So we can speculate and I think we can all agree if you want to do the whole bundle of rights things, that there's some issues here. There's probably ways out of this stuff. We see it every once in a while. The truth is also, guys, is that there are ownership issues from Bodark all the way to Newcomb's Point. All the way through all this old Lamar town site stuff. Hardly anybody owns the lot by themselves. Some of them are broke, like we're talking about a 9th, that's nothing.
And
Some of them 30 people own. Because it's just this old historic family stuff.
it's okay, that may be the case, but in this particular one, there's a part that we don't know who owns it.
That's not our problem.
Yeah, it's really not.
No, there's legal
It does
avenues for that
affect,
stuff.
it does affect the saleability.
Well, yeah, but there's legal avenues for it
Okay.
that aren't addressed by us.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
not
that
our
may be the
problem either.
case. Well, it may affect.
It may affect it, but that's something they have to work out.
I won't debate. Somebody, you're right.
It still has to be assessed.
That's all I have.
Regardless.
Okay, so you have 2 minutes for cross and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
On this, I'll just skip the cross, but on the sellability, on the comment that was just made, there comes a time when the cost of being able to, for all of that stuff to be done and found, the research and the tracking down and the title fees and all of that, unless this property was gonna sell for a gold mine, it's not worth it. And I can tell you that it's not worth it at this price to do what those legal fees would be. And it's just like he said, from all this stuff. And when everybody gets together and decides they really want to do something, they will with it. But in the meantime, it's just gonna sit there like that and nobody's gonna buy it, which is why I think that the sales numbers on this should all go out the window. And on the equity, you've got an equity sale. If you throw it across to a good piece of property that there's no question on, which is the 115 Front Street, okay, it's $1.44. So that $1.44 can be sold, okay? My $2.30 I can't sell it. But they're identical properties, they're just a stone's throw away. So one you can sell and one you can't. But equity-wise, they're equal, and it's the lower of equity or market, and it is equity-wise $1.44.
I'll have a closing. It's expensive to hold land. If land stayed at some number forever, you could, all of us could just own land forever. Land's going up. This land is going up too. It forces the stress of this moment for the owner. It's an issue, but the land is in Aransas County is going up. The equity thing on Front Street, all we're gonna do, it's gonna be the battle of equity comps now. We're gonna speak to the equity comps on Main Street. And there's one over here, we're gonna say these over here are valued the same. It's our opinion. I would change the value in a heartbeat if I thought it wasn't worth what it's worth. But this land is, in my opinion, is worth this.
I don't know how we can do it differently if we did it the other way.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
And just as an aside, does First Street actually go through that property? On the pictometry we're looking at, it shows First Street going pretty much through the property.
Where's the pictometry?
No, I think that's such a division.
Yeah, it's just.
Okay.
It's labeled as First. And maybe it's not,
Is that an actual street?
oh, it's not an actual street?
But it goes through the whole, I mean,
No.
No.
Okay, it's just a question, and I'm not gonna.
It's okay.
That's because isn't that where all those little sections are carved up with other
Yeah,
stuff?
if you were to blow this thing up larger, you'd see that at some point in time, they thought there was gonna be a town right there.
There, yeah, there's no streets, no sidewalks, no nothing. If you look at this is what it looks like is, if you just blew up all, okay, it's just all green. There's no divisions of anything, it's just raw land.
She's in her, you got 1 minute to close.
Oh, yeah, I was just answering
Okay.
the question.
Okay.
I'm good.
You good? Okay, so now it's our done. Yeah.
And we have to do something.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-2091, account 25798. In considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or equity value. I move that we maintain the 2021 assessed value at $27,810.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Case closed. Okay, we'll go back to the top now. Open case 2088, account 8810272. Who would you like to go first, ma'am?
Me.
This is undivided interest, everybody knows,
Yeah.
just so that y'all know,
Yeah, but it's not as.
but it's handled as one account.
And there's 288. So 2088 is the parent, I assume.
2088 is the case number.
I'm sorry,
8810272 is correct.
yeah, is the parent.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And refresh my memory again before we get started, Ray, what we're looking at as far as values here.
Total value,
Total value.
that's
Okay.
correct,
We're looking at 100% of the value.
that's correct.
All right.
Even though it's an
Undivided
It's
interest.
Because we're looking at the parent, we're looking at the parent account, and whatever the interest is, it's gonna be that portion of this number.
Right, so we're just doing one account and you guys split it up.
66,480. Total.
That's correct.
No, 33,240 total. And then
No.
it's,
No,
He's right.
oh, the 50%
The parent
interest is.
66 total.
Okay, so that
480.
was my question, 66 total, all
We're
right.
doing the parent account, not the children's accounts.
Correct.
Yeah,
Right.
although from our administration standpoint, it's two cases.
I know, it's
Okay.
very confusing.
Yes.
We're looking at the total here too.
that's why I wanted to get
Is that right?
out there first, that
I
it's
would say yes.
$66,480.
Okay, ma'am, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Ready?
Okay, right, so if you look at the first page of your hearing evidence that I gave you, the equity is $1.44 for my comps and the sales is $1.49. Those are very close. The subject was noticed at $2.30. It doesn't matter that the other ones were on Main Street. There's really a difference between these properties, by the way. If you look at the next page on the equity, you'll see that comp 1 was 321 East Main Street, and they just mass appraised these. So it's at 230 square foot, the same as 729 East Main Street, 230 and 209 East Main Street. However, Front Street is a good piece of property. I mean, it's literally, you're talking about acreage here and acreage there. There's not any house with a pool, there's not anything, it's just acreage. And if I can stand at my door and throw it over to the lady in the green sweater, that's not a whole big lot of difference, and that's about how far it is, okay? If you turn to page, and the other point is that his property decreased. This property was less last year, the subject was $1.64. Front Street was $1.58. They raised the main street, but they decreased the Front Street to $1.44, and that's really what it's worth. Your comp equity grids are attached, and but let's look at the cells if you turn to the next section. These cells aren't even applicable. The cells at 821 Main Street is a totally much larger. It's double the size of the property. It is 134,000. 58,275 square feet. Comp number 2, it's not vacant land, it's developed. Developed land is worth a lot more than vacant land. Comp number 3, it's waterfront. That's worth a lot more than this other stuff sitting over here that doesn't have any boundaries, okay? So the fact that, those just don't make any sense to build them in those comps, okay? For your sales comps, again, cell number 1 is much larger. They keep using the same things, okay? Comp number 2 is developed, not vacant land, and comp number 3 is waterfront. So if you turn to the next page, you'll see that the cells in the evidence package that Aransas, the board chose not to, or the district chose not to use, is there were 3 cells, okay? One for 108,900 square feet, the second one for 70,567, and another one for 108,900 square feet. And they're not ours, okay? Both the median of that is $1.49. That's where I came up with the median. You're supposed to use the lower of sales or equity. So it was very close when you looked at your cover sheet. You saw that the equity was $1.44 and the sales were $1.49. That right there tells you, okay, that those are so close that to come up with the value of $2.30 a square foot is totally not a good value. So when you've got more than one equity, it's just they chose not to use the lower numbers and they chose to select and pick those. When I showed you those that were on that page of the equity, all right, when it says other Aransas cells and evidence package, they're in your evidence package. They just chose not to use those. So if you look for ones that were more like the subject, like that one, then that would make sense. Again, it's just across the street.
Okay, done?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Ray, you have 2 minutes for cross and 5 minutes for your presentation.
No cross-examine. We're on Main Street again. We're on the 600 block. So comp number 1 is on the 800 block. And it is larger, 1.3 acres, sold for 134,000 with an indicated value of $232 a square foot. Comp number 2 is on the 1500 block. Sold for 95,000. Both of these sales are in 2020. Indicated value of 285. The subject property is 3/4 of an acre. No, yes, right around there, close enough, 0.66 of an acre. And we have a value of $230 a square foot. If you went off of these 2 cells that are on the same street, even though they're larger, you could easily see that the square footage value of 601 East Main Street is potentially low at 230 on an economy of scale, that range would have table breaks in there, and this number would be even higher. We didn't do that. You'll see that our value is not 66,480. We're saying we noticed some high at 63,881. The main reason for that is because comp number 3 512 West Main Street selling 19 is a very weird comp. So it's really dragging the value down. There's only 3 comps, and proportionally speaking, it's a very strange comp to be added here. I'm not too sure about it. The first 2 comps though were rock solid. They're on the same street. They're in 2020. They are the reason we raised this area. As far as the thing on Front Street, there was a sale on Front Street this year on that land that's on the west side of Front Street. We did lower the land table on Front Street. That value did come down a little bit. But the sale was for a little bit less. I don't know what to tell you. It just was. So we did adjust that table. Our equity grid is Main Street, Main Street. We're on the 600 block. Comp number 1's 300. Comp number block is 700. And comp number 2 or 3 is 200. These are all on the same land table. We changed the land table there. That's all I have.
When you've got time left, can we look at 519 Main Street? It's 25697. Is that correct that was waterfront?
Oh, I don't know. That comp is weird. I don't know.
The 512 West Main Street.
Yeah.
Should be in there.
Comp 3.
Yeah, I don't care for it really. But I'm not too sure.
That's what it is, yeah.
It is waterfront?
But it's classified as-
It's all the way back in 19. It's a very weird comp in this grid.
It also has a,
It really shouldn't be there, should it?
In my opinion, just from what I'm hearing about it and that it's waterfront, I'm not happy that it's in the grid. It's the first time I've looked at this grid.
Is that the one that's owned by Mary Thornhill?
I'm not sure.
How does that change your,
Well, that's the kicker of it, is that it raises the value. And so in other words, this comp is a bad comp for us. It's a great comp for if you're arguing against us, because what we're saying with this comp is our value. It's actually the reason that we're gonna ask the board to reduce the value by $3,000. And we shouldn't. Our number, in my opinion, our number is good. And this comp is just not a good comp, but it's a good comp for the subject. I mean, for the property.
if you threw that comp out, it
It would go up.
It would raise to 63,881, right?
It would go up. That is correct.
Okay, I have nothing else. Okay, so then you have 2 minutes for cross and 2 minutes for revoke.
Okay, aside from waterfront, okay. The comp number 2 is not gonna get either, because it's developed. We're talking about what the subject is raw land. Comp number 2, 1509 East Main Street is developed, it's not vacant land. Developed land should be 2 or 3 times more than what vacant land is. So if you think that developed land is worth $330, then that means that mine's worth $1.10. Okay, I know, I work for developers, I know how much it costs to develop land. There's no way that you're gonna do developed land against vacant land, so that's a bad comp. The waterfront is a bad comp, okay? The only one you have that's driven is the comp number 2 of, well, that's 1509. Is the other one is the Seaside Loop comp is also waterfront. So all these comps are waterfront, and one of them, 2 waterfronts and one's developed. They're not any good comps. I think it should be at the $1.49.
Oh, well, those aren't comps.
Right.
Are you quoting things from the sales ratio report?
She was referencing comp number 2, 1509 East Main Street.
Okay, because I'm hearing different streets here, and
Well, I believe.
they're not the district's comps.
Right, because you have to look outside the district's comps. The district only selects what they want to use. I mean, and it's up to me to combat the evidence that they provided, so I look for other comps, and I have found comps that are lower. And that are
In the
just the
same land table?
I use the ones that are right there, yes,
sales
next to
ratio.
each other,
Okay.
yeah. But yeah, if you put in 25 of the districts that were at $3 and you throw in 2 at $2, then you're gonna come out at the $3. that's overweighting it, but I can't help it, that in that 25, some of those are waterfronts and some of those are developed lands. It needs to come, it's your basic, when we develop, be it in another, so I'm in 19 counties, okay, where we develop, okay? Is you look at the land tables and you see how much you're gonna pay for it and how much your development's gonna cost, and then what you can sell those lots for or build homes on. But you have to look at it equally, you can't just pick one here and pick one there. It's like picking one out of South Shore subdivision and another one in Tarrant County and another one out of Dallas County and saying they're equal. They're not equal. And these aren't equal when they're developed versus undeveloped or waterfront versus no waterfront. No matter what table you're using, there are two different types.
Okay, anything else?
No.
Okay. Ray, you got a minute to close?
Yeah, so we do pick our comps, by the way. And then we present them to you guys, and then you guys get to decide if you think our comps are good comps or bad comps, but we do pick them. There's no doubt about that, we pick them from a group. So the thing was said in here that I would like to speak to, and that is, if a property sold for 3.3 and it was developed, it should, then that means an undeveloped property should sell for 1.1. I think we're gonna get way off track. Right in front of us, we have some data. And in our data, there is a quote unquote developed lot sold in the same year as an undeveloped lot for nearly the same price per square foot. And that's because the word development is a very broad term. There's development that includes building canals. There's development that includes hiring a guy with a tractor. There's different kinds of development out there. So the difference between vacant and whatever really depends on the intensity of the development.
All right, you have a minute to close?
Since I work for a developer, I'm gonna take great offense to that. You have raw land. It's the base price what you pay for that land. You have developed land. Inside that development, aside from the legal fees, the plat fees, the engineering fees, some of which are reimbursable and some which aren't, the med district fees, the survey fees, everything you need to do, you have to figure out for the amenities and everything that you're gonna put on that property, scraping the lot and making it ready. That, then you turn it over so you can build on it. That's developed property. And they put this as developed property. So that's worth a lot more. I can have a parcel over here that's my vacant land that I bought that I'm gonna put 50 houses on. It's worth $1 a square foot. I have the next subdivision over section 2 of the same one that I have 50 houses on. I've already finished developing that. Those houses are worth $100 a square foot instead of the $1 a square foot from vacant land. There's a huge difference between vacant and developed.
Okay. Now it's our time.
Okay.
There's no evidence that there's a huge difference from what Ray has presented.
Right.
I didn't hear what you said. What did you
There's
say?
no evidence presented that shows that there's a huge difference between developed and undeveloped, so-called developed and undeveloped.
I have a question. Is this also on Main Street? So is it on the same land table as the ones we just did?
I think it's 230, right?
Yeah, we'd have to look. I'll be careful to speak.
Let's look, Jackie, then at 6,
Can we
5,
check-
5,
can we
6,
check
3. Per square foot cost on the land.
$3.30 a square foot.
What is?
$3.30. It's more.
Okay, is that
Oh,
a
is
different
that
land
higher?
table?
Which block number is that, Jackie?
It's Main E3.
What's the address?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So 1509.
1509 East Main.
It's closer to the water.
Yeah.
It's past the stop sign where you turn to go to the state park. It's on that section of Main. A little better.
So it's a different land.
It's a different land. Yes.
Yeah, and that was used for sales though.
Correct.
also using comp equity. Still there.
Comp equity is the same as it's assessed at. It's the sales equity that's screwed up.
That's
I
low.
wouldn't
Yeah.
use the sales equity figures.
Well, it shows that there's a
You'll notice, guys,
warranted.
just,
Decrease.
and you can give some minutes to the property owner here. You'll notice that in comp two, we're having to adjust it. Right, we're having to adjust it. We're bringing that value down below what it was purchased for and comparing.
On
So-
comp two.
On comp two,
This is
because
on the
it's,
sales grade.
it is better. Yeah, that's correct. It is better. So we're having to adjust that property because of that.
But it's still just high.
It does,
It's
yeah.
It's just very high.
It adjusted 82 and we're at 66 and we're saying that the value should be 63. So again, we're saying that it's $20,000 should, difference. So that's 25% of the value in this case.
Well, if we use the sales grids, then we have to bring the value down.
Down, yeah.
Yeah,
Not by much, but
no, to
so do I have to divide that too?
You have to
for
use the
this
sales
property.
grid, by the way.
63,
At 63, we sent that in as evidence.
63,880.
63,880 divided by 2.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
But
gonna
I
make,
still think that's high. I still think that figure's high, because it's arbitrarily high with the comp two, including comp two. You're including comp two in that. Which is adjusted high, even though it's adjusted,
high.
it's adjusted very high. It probably should be somewhere around 215. Without doing the exact math.
Yeah, unfortunately, the land table, everything over on that side is 230.
Was it?
But 1509
Still
was-
on the 239 too? Okay, I mean, that's what everything is over there.
Yeah, I mean, at 230, at the
But it
230,
adjusts to 220.
What does that come out to?
It adjusts to 220.
and that's interesting. That to me, doesn't justify taking it below 63,880.
Because comp three is so low.
I-
Comp three is at $1.47.
Oh, so you think that
That's pulling down the whole thing.
That shouldn't be in there.
but that's their evidence.
Yeah, but still the land table still is 230.
right? It's a discussion of how low do you go?
31,940.
Is that half of 60?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-2088, account number 8810272. We're gonna make it for 50% here? Or we
No,
gonna
you
do
make it, you're doing
Yeah.
it for the whole thing.
The whole thing, okay,
Okay.
and then you'll divide it out, okay.
Well, the
So,
computer will divide it out.
okay, so on this parent account, which is the 100% value when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal, I move that we make the 2021 assessed value for the whole piece $63,880.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Now,
Okay, we're gonna get a little more.
So they'll take care of dividing it out.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you, okay, so
that takes care of the other entry there.
So do we have to do the other account?
Well,
No.
26570.
It really isn't another one. I mean, 288 was 2 entries on your sheet.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
Ready?
Which one?
Open case 282089. Account 26570. Ma'am, would you like to go first?
Yes, please.
5 minutes.
Okay, on this one, there's pictures that you need to look at on my, that I gave on the thumb drive.
okay.
What do those pictures show?
Which one?
The property.
Is it here?
Okay, here,
2089.
what I'm doing, so we'll just start, okay. I don't have a problem with the improvements. I don't have a
2657.
problem with the overall land value. I have because you guys took away the wetlands, okay, this year, and didn't put them on there, and
So
so
is
that's
your opinion 840? Is
my,
that gonna be your opinion?
yes,
Is it for sale right now?
no,
Can we agree at 840?
yes,
Let's do that.
okay, yeah, okay,
Thank you.
no, but can you change the
We'll work
wetlands?
on it. We'll work on it.
You've got the evidence, yeah, that's what the whole deal is, and if you just flip through the next picture. Okay, there, that picture right there, see, that shows. Okay, see, you can't even, on the, where the tide comes in, that's Fulton Beach Road down there, you can't even cross Fulton Beach Road, and that thing that's going up there. Okay, the wetlands need to be increased, which I put the value in there, and also for when you work on it, these are the FEMA reports. And the FEMA reports are measured out in here, like right there, the 3 type of wetlands they have, and the acreage for each one of them. So that's what I did to get you, it was adjusted that, I don't have a problem with anything
Let's
else.
go to 840 and we'll fix some of this.
All
Okay.
right, thanks.
So I'm gonna move then on case ID 2021-2089, account number 26570. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value, that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $883,520 down to $840,000 even.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We have 2 more to go. 2 minute,
2-minute break.
2 minute break.
Somebody was in the bathroom. That's what I went to do.
You can hear the singing and.
Yeah. We're all gonna end up
Looks like we have
being outside.
2090 and 2091.
It's okay, no worries.
Hope Albert's paying you a commission on this because he's in California paddling around on this surfboard.
I saw him on Facebook in a picture with somebody.
I know it.
here. The thing about it, he was with Mills, which is one of his grandson Mills and the other grandson Quattro. Those were the two in, when they were playing ball on Facebook yesterday. He had,
Jorge's kid. Mills and Quattro or Jorge's kids.
no,
George Moore. No.
no, they're his grandkids. So
Who's the parent? Of Mr.
Alice, so Alice is Big Al's the dad.
Daughter.
Alice, you know, she has 3 brothers, she has Tiger, Albert Jr. and Alice. Alice is married and was the first, well,
We've met, but I don't know her very well.
she's married and they live out in California right now. She works for Lion,
Energy.
the entertainment doing marketing and stuff. I think she quit and went back to work for an insurance company doing marketing though.
Got it.
But Quattro, because her husband's name is Glenn Earl Fluker
The third.
the third, and so they made him the 4th. Okay, but they didn't want to call him that, so his name is Quattro Fluker. And the other one is Mills, because his first name is Mills, so he was named after them.
Yeah.
The third one was the first girl, and Mimi, and the 4th one is Georgia. And by the time Georgia came, Marion had started into her Alzheimer's stuff,
Oh.
so she didn't really get to meet
Oh.
Georgia a lot.
I didn't know that. Is he still?
At the end of the
2. It's the end of the morning.
2 more.
How you doing?
Good, I'm doing good. I ended up having 4 days of radiation. That was it.
You having the sunburn?
I need to bring that back. No, nothing. I had
Oh,
nothing.
you don't need to bring it back.
Oh,
The nurse
I'm done.
gave us a bunch of,
When you looked at me, I see she must have had a whole bunch more radiation than I did.
I said, 20
Yeah, see, 5 days, 5 weeks. Yeah, so I only had 4.
Yeah.
And it was amazing. I mean, they are amazing. They're just amazing. Yeah, they had a physicist in there, and a radial oncologist, and they did all this stuff, and it's a new treatment apparently, and it was small enough that they could get it and knew where it was and marked it and got it in 4 months. I have to go back every 3 months,
Right.
for 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was just blown
You
away.
get real friendly.
Huh?
You get real friendly.
You get real friendly, they really are truly amazing, I mean, how they handle things and how they take you from place point A to point B and how everything's told to you on text messages and it's like this outer space and I don't can't even explain it. So I was very, very good.
Good.
Yeah.
That's good.
I was also very lucky.
Yeah.
Very lucky.
Yeah.
Oh.
I didn't know it.
90, 92, 91,
No.
we did.
Yeah. 90 and 92.
We should have 2 more, right?
Yes. 90 and 92.
2 more, but who's counting?
90 and 92. Don't let me get out of here. Okay. Opening case number 2090, account 19696. Would you like to go first, ma'am?
Yes, please.
You have 5 minutes.
Okay, so if you look at your hearing evidence, what you're gonna see, the first thing is this map in here. This is presented by FEMA, and there's wetlands on this property. So FEMA breaks them out down here. If you look where I highlight these bottom numbers, there are 3 types of wetlands on the property. The acreage or for each type was chronologically listed on there. So the wetland portion, if you look on page 1 of your hearing evidence, the FEMA hazard acreage totals up to 23,513.54 square feet of wetlands, okay? If you turn to page 2, this is the property detail report. Page 3 shows the hazard information. It shows the flood panel, the wetland type, et cetera, and the wetland classification. Page 4 is the wetland interpreter that shows you what type they are, and it just is more detail that I provided to John about what type of wetlands you have. So that being said, if you go back to the hearing evidence, the other issue with this property is, besides being a FEMA hazard acreage, and also you don't have any control over those federal wetlands. Okay, Texas doesn't, nobody does, so you can't use that piece of property. It's very close to the Aransas Way Station. Not a really attractive area to build a nice little housing subdivision in. So I tried to say that as nice as possible, so we have some faults here, okay? The district came up with equity 1, which I threw out because it was the subject property. I don't know how that happened, but it did. Okay, so we ended up with 2 equities, okay, 2 comps. And we had 1407 Prairie and 2001 Prairie. Yeah, they came in at 40 cents. They also don't have FEMA hazards on them. Okay, so the land table doesn't really have anything to say about this. So all I did really was take the acreage, the $23,514 subtracted, which is wetland, subtracted from the square footage, which gives you the non-wetland portion, okay, with the median of 38 cents, which we'll get to my equity comps on those in a minute, okay? I added the wetland portion and I did the wetlands at 5 cents a square foot because that's what they're supposed to be. And so that's how I came up with the 400,752. If you look at the, well, mine says C on there, okay, is when we look at the floating outlets, okay, again, it's properties, wetlands, close to the waste station. The sales are on here, bless you. And there were 4 sales. However, 2 of those sales, one was in 2018 and one is in 2019. So when the property didn't increase in value in 2018 and it didn't increase in 2019, you didn't use those sales, but for 2020, you are adding them back in. Doesn't make any sense to me. The value hasn't changed on these properties. So it just kind of like had them around. So that's what I've got is I've got wetlands, so it needs to be adjusted. I put in all the backup. You cannot do anything with those wetlands. Oh, and there is a picture. I think that's one of the properties that has a picture, which is, yes. So can you please pull up the pictures? There's 2 pictures on the thumb drive. One is 196, there's one called Wetlands Hazard, it has the account number in front of it, and the other is called the Kevin S. Fulton Outlet Lot 57. That's what I want you to look at, that right there. See with all those wetlands on there? There's, it's not cheap to redevelop, guys. And if you see going through the center, it's not on mine, see that street that's going through the center right there?
This one here.
No, in the middle?
In the middle. Right here?
No.
It's kind of a diagonal
Okay.
line.
So
This piece here?
that piece there, okay, see how it's grayed out there, wetlands there? The one that you pointed to at the bottom that looked kind of like the edge down there? A while ago that you just, yes, okay, that's drainage, that's wetlands too. There's 3 types of wetlands on there. So you've got wetlands going up through the center. And actually, if you look at it, on the right, anything that's not bright green on there. You
It's on
see,
the right-hand side.
yeah,
all
where it's all gray.
That's all wetlands.
Yeah, where it's all gray, where it looks like mold, okay, it's all gray, anything that's grayish or brown is wetlands.
Dead trees.
The property line is on there. May I? Okay.
Sure.
See. Oh, this is the whole thing. I just pulled it up from Google Earth, but it goes, there's a light green line that you can't see very much. It goes, this is the whole property line right there.
What percentage do you think it is?
I measured it from what the federal government said, and the federal government said, according to this, like,
The FEMA.
the FEMA, they put the acreage on here, and that acreage totaled up to be 23,514 square feet.
As wetlands.
As wetlands, yes. That's why there's a color picture of this up there too, which is easier to read. Which is the one that says wetlands hazard, right there. And so right there, it shows you the acreage, 3 different.
Yeah, we were wondering, because you had this in black and white in your evidence, but where's the property
Property we're looking
on
at
this picture? Can you point that out?
That's what it pulls up.
See it better on
It's, yeah, on the photometry. The problem is with that is when it does it, it just take, okay, so our development software, we don't pay to do Aransas. I just get partial pictures, so that's what it is. But it doesn't show the ocean and stuff. So there it is in this blue outline, isn't that it?
Yes, that's
Okay.
it there, when we're just trying to.
It just has to be reoriented, for.
It'd have to be, if it's on the picture, there's something up here. North of Prairie.
Yeah.
I get
Hey,
that.
we don't need to, I don't know that we need to focus on this one, because
Okay.
the other pictometry is probably a little easier to see.
Okay.
Needs to orient.
Ray, you have 2 minutes for cross and.
Darren.
Darren, did you have an opinion about it?
Oh, yes.
It was in your paperwork, right?
My
I didn't
opinion.
hear you say it.
Okay, my opinion of value after I took that out was, $144,526. It's on B right here.
Yeah, I was just making sure that I was, yes, ma'am, 144,526, right?
Yes.
At the district agrees.
Okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
We can put a note in the account to deal with some of this wetland stuff. It's not accounted for in our current
Right.
stuff.
But she has great feeling back.
It needs to be accounted for. Yeah, it's
Okay.
this is a no-brainer.
144,520.
Yeah, whatever you guys decide. I
Well,
just
it's
agree.
because
Yes, sir.
you're gonna handle
Zeros.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-2090. Account 19696, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value. I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value on this property from $160,300 down to $144,520.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Case closed. Opening case 2092, account 50345. Ma'am? Ready?
Yes, please. Okay, here's another thing. The only thing I have problem with is the wetlands on this, all right? So,
Wait. The wetlands on Poor Man's?
yes, because wait a minute.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
He has poor man's
That's
here, which I asked him to, okay? And he has poor man's here, okay? Then you've got the beach road, and then you have the wetlands, and he has to pay taxes on all of that, okay? Even though he can't use them. And on the way over here today, when he brought me, he's really upset because apparently the mud district went in there and built a drainage ditch without his permission, and then tried to make him pay to go and pick up all the trash all the time that everybody's dumping in it. So those are unusable, okay? So that's what I want adjusted, is the part that he can't use. Okay, which is what I put on there, on here. Number one is if you look at page 3 and 4 in the hearing evidence, it shows again what wetlands you have in here. All right. But here's how I came up to the wetlands calculation if you look at page 2. So on the, this year it was noticed for commercial 1, commercial 2, commercial waterfront, and waterfront east, okay, which is fine, okay, but I put what it should be on here, and how I got to the should be is they're paying for unusable land, which are the federal wetlands. So I adjusted the commercial. I took the commercial main, okay, and I changed it from 7,824 square feet to 6,531, okay? I left the commercial part at 5,227 square feet the same, all right? Wait a minute, I did that wrong. I was looking at my comps. Back up. On the commercial part, okay, I left the square footage of 7,824 the same. On the second line of commercial, second line, I left the 2,227 the same, okay? But I decreased the value on both of those to the last year's value. And the reason I decreased the value on those is if you look at the comps below, none of those commercial tracks changed, and these were the commercials in the hotel reserve. Everybody stayed at $15 a square foot last year and this year. And on the other end, they were at $2.50 a square foot under the wetlands thing, okay? You didn't decrease mine at all, okay? And so I think that mine should be the same value. I'm not arguing about the building, I'm arguing about the land, that it should be at the same base rate as last year of $4, okay? For both the commercial and the two, landline 1 and landline 2 on commercial, okay? On the commercial waterfront, all right, it stayed the same and it should still be $15 a square foot. Here's where the comments come in on the waterfront east. And so on the waterfront east, the prior year, it was 0.83, and this year it was 83, and I'm getting confused for myself again. So this is, okay, go to the summary page and this makes it easier. The commercial should still be the same at $4 a square foot, okay? 7,824 square feet on the summary page. The commercial land line 5,227, that's still the same at $4 a square foot. The commercial waterfront is at $15 a square foot, okay? Your waterfront east is 6,000, which is 1,200, okay, or at 20 cents a square foot, whereas I adjusted the wetlands. So I came down to the land portion should be 353,410, which it was noticed at 376. So I'm not asking for that much a difference. I just want that adjusted for the wetlands. And also, I'm sure that one of you will pick up the phone and tell them that district they need to clean up their own trash. But I'm just joking. But that's all. You need to make that adjustment for those wetlands that are in there and the unusable land. And why it was omitted, I don't know.
And that's for the waterfront east piece only?
Yes.
It's across 35.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're only protesting the value of
At
that.
that,
property.
yeah, that, not anything else, but that's unusable. And so that value needs to be taken down. And that's how I figured out the square footage from that. So that's all I wanted to reduce. It's like $20-some thousand.
So your number is 742,950.
Yes, sir.
742.
742,950.
Right, and the notice was only 766,320. I'm just cleaning
And what
up.
did they do? What did they do? They dug a ditch over there or something?
Now, I didn't know anything about it. Albert, he brought me up here,
Okay,
which is good because I couldn't find this building.
right.
So Ray, you got 2 minutes.
All right, so we're talking about poor man's country club. We're valuing that waterfront east on a front foot basis.
Okay.
The district does not want to change the commercial value from $5.50 to $4. Even if it's, even if, Theron's not asking for much, but I just want you guys to know that we don't hold that opinion, that should be $5.50 to $4. The part where there's that waterfront east, we're on a front foot basis, it's 100 feet. And so we have a value, I believe, if I'm reading this correctly, we have a value of $5,000 on the waterfront east. So the ownership of the waterfront east is important for the people who own the waterfront west. For everybody else in the world, it seems like a worthless piece of land. What are you going to do with it? Well, it's nice to own if you own the land directly across the street. So I would say that the $5,000 for that, the right to that land is perfectly fine. Do I think that the navigation district did something that's annoying? The answer to that is probably yes. And their opinion is they can do whatever they want by the water, and they probably did, under the name of something. So yeah. Furthermore, I will be very careful with this account because it's listed for sale. We have 700-something thousand on it, and it's listed for 2.7 million. 2.7 million. The evaluation for this property is not under a cost basis, though. It's a restaurant. It's a income producing issue. So we are currently not valuing it on income. We have not switched over to an income model for restaurants. So, like I say, I feel like that the $5,000 for the waterfront east is okay. That's all.
Okay. So you have 2 minutes across and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
I'll go ahead and rebuttal. Yeah, it's listed for sale. I saw that too, and I asked Albert about it. It's been listed for sale since 2006 or 7 when he bought it. Is because everybody with commercial property listed for sale. It is not actively listed. I mean, it's there, and he didn't even know what price it was. He just has his friend that listed it. That's just kind of a joke, okay? And okay, and then on exactly what you said about the navigation district. So we have to pay for them, when I say we, Albert has to pay, you know, there's wetlands on there, okay? We have to pay for that, keep it clean, or the navigation system yells at it, but they go out and do stuff to it. That's just it. We have no control over that, but we pay the taxes on it. That is not fair. If they want to screw around with it, then they can pay the taxes on it. It's of no use to us, okay? It was on the property line all this time. Actually, Tom Moore bought that property, okay? And that's why it's in the name. The property is not in Poor Man's, by the way. The property, the building is Poor Man's, okay? Poor Man's is not owned by TJ&A, it's a ground lease, all right? TJ&A, Tom and Al, okay, and Joe, Mattingly, okay, I was trying to remember, all on that land, okay? And Poor Man's pays rent for that, but that's their land, and they can't use it, and Albert can't use it, so it can't be used. And so I think, since I've proven that there's federal wetlands on there, that it needs to be discounted. Not at $5,000, that square footage is like I put on here, and I think asking for a measly $20-some thousand discount when we can't use that is not unrealistic. I'm not asking, you know, it's just what it is. That's my rebuttal and closing.
Okay. Ray, you got 2 minutes.
So I'm sorry, guys, I know this seems easy, but we're gonna beat this one to death. I don't like the word discount being used. The appraisal district doesn't deal with discounts. We are also allowed to value stuff on a front foot basis. We don't have to value stuff on a square foot basis. Whether or not they're being treated correctly by the navigation district is up for grabs. Whether or not they would rather not the navigation district own that and do whatever they want is up for grabs. I don't have answers to that. I don't know what to say. I don't even know what to say. There's a common sense approach that says it's nice to own the east side of the land if you own the west side. But it's also not great that the navigation district.
That's a navigation district issue with the property owner.
Yeah, and you probably don't get very far with them. That would be I concede that. Again, we're at $5,000. If this number was higher, you would have me talking differently. It's just that we're at $5,000. And I'm not about to revalue the land on a square foot basis when we're not doing that already.
Yeah, I'm, before we go there, and I'm not necessarily suggest a change. I can't map all this stuff between the property owner's evidence and the card. Because I wrote down 31.3, 20,009, 300,000, and 1,200. Okay, the 1,200 was trying to adjust the waterfront east.
Right, but I did it at 20 cents instead of.
Yeah, right, okay. The 300,000 maps, but I can't figure out on the property card. I'm seeing 43,030 and 28,7. That's the current year value. They increased it. They didn't increase anybody else's. They just increased ours from $4 a square foot to $5. Right, but I'm trying to figure out how on your summary page. Are you suggesting that those two commercials, those two initial commercial lines, which you show as 31.3 and 20,910, are adjustments below what the district has on the property card? On the, not the square footage, but the value, yes. Here's the landlines that, do you not have this? Yeah, we do, but I'm we've been focused on the waterfront east, right? As Ray has indicated, going, from 5,000 down to something else, right? Right.
It's 5,000.
Huh?
5,000, right?
Well, that's what it currently is on the card.
Right.
I understand that, but I can't.
But I think it should go back, the frontage should go back to $4 too from last year. There's not think that when I looked at it.
Yeah, I thought we were just trying to adjust the waterfront listing. We were
I
trying to
did that.
adjust more than
If
the
you look
waterfront.
at this page here, I forgot to read that line. See, everybody else has stayed the same as last year's except for ours. They
Okay.
increased ours. Here's the comps.
Just wanting to decrease it by about 20,000 and change, so
I feel
I
you.
think it stays where it is.
Leave it.
All those waterfront these properties are valued, are valued, they do have the value.
Yeah.
It's only $5,000 for each on it, which is, the fact that there's an issue with the navigation district, that's an issue with the navigation district, not us.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-2092, account 50345. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal, the equity value, I move that we maintain the 2021 assessed value at $766,320.
Second,
All in favor?
Aye.
Case closed.
Thank you for doing such a good job.
yeah, you did it fabulous, so.
Yeah,
You
but it's
had good
nice,
evidence.
it's nice, you did a good job. It all counts.
Yeah. Perfect.
You had a car wreck
Yes.
on the first time you were
Well,
coming
the first
down?
time I was coming, I was supposed to be coming Monday, on Friday, like 2 blocks from my house. And somebody ran a red light and rammed into me. I
We
still don't have
are
a car back.
recessed until 1:30.
No driver's license.
Yeah, you had that uninsured motorist.
all it's on the front of the water.
Okay.
That's what I did.
We
And
would have
also
to
the,
keep that
you know,
from-
it would have gotten bad anyway.
Which there's some truth to that, but then you gotta go, well, then why are you doing it?
It wouldn't have gotten as bad as it is. Not
There it
So we have a dump off first.
Yeah.
What? Pizza Hut?
No, don't.
Okay,
Just placing an order.
What is the case?
yeah,
Who's put-
so large pepperoni and cheese. Okay.
It's
Double
number
sausage in my house.
542.
Yeah, me too.
So
Double cheese.
case ID 542 on the top of page 6. And the gentleman's name is Dwayne Akins, I guess.
Aiken,
Oh,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is it out there, clay? Is it clay?
Chet acres.
Chip? Oh,
There is a clay acre.
One of those things.
Hello,
Dwayne, this is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board.
hello.
Yeah, you there?
How are you this afternoon?
I'm good. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. We've got everybody here, so let's get started. I have to go through some administrivia before we get down to the meat of the matter, so if you just follow along with me. And we'll get there. We're opening a hearing on case 542, account 31826. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is, looks like Q1 and Q2.
Okay. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today. It may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166F.
I, Scott Lander, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Dwayne, I'm assuming that you are under oath as you signed the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I, Aaron Burke, do solemnly swear affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Dwayne, I'm obligated to ask if you have a Texas appraiser's license.
I do not.
Okay. Do you have available to you the hearing time limits page? It's a chart.
You,
You do?
yes, a little chart.
Yes. Correct. It has the times on it.
Yeah.
We're going to follow that procedure throughout the hearing. And you get to pick which column we use by picking whether you speak first or the district speaks first.
I'll speak first. Maybe that'll speed up the process.
Okay,
All right.
you have 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, basically, there were two grounds for my appeal. The appraised market value I thought was too high and unequal compared with other properties. In the affidavit that I presented in section 5, in summary, I kind of presented my arguments
But there was a recent sale that was not considered, and I provided a copy of the settlement agreement. And the sales price on that property was $192,000 approximately. And that subject is just immediately to the left of our property, like 2 units over, and almost exact square footage. So I think if that unit was considered in the sales grid, that the appraised value would definitely be lower. So that's my primary argument on the sales analysis. In terms of the unequal compared with similar properties, I listed in my summary the various properties that are immediately to the left and to the right of our unit and their appraised values. And all of them are lower than ours, significantly lower. And there was a mistake in the equity grid that I pointed out. It was with respect to the comp 1, listed as 229, 120. And from the records that I saw, the county listed it as 208, 710. So those are basically my arguments.
Okay. All right, you'll have more time later on. Eamon, then you have 2 minutes for rebuttal and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, this is account 31826. Last known sale price was $208,000 in 2015. Says it was settled in 2020 and it just got back to market value for this year. Last year it was certified at $212,400. This year it was noticed at $229,120. It is a condo in Racket Club. The sales comps are other condos in Racket Club. They have sale prices listed there for each one. They're all pretty similar. The first one, very similar to the subject, sold for $246,450 to the best of our knowledge, and the indicated value for the subject therefore would be $246,450 because there's no adjustments. That ends up being the median of the 3 sales there. All the sales are in Racket Club. The equity grid is other condos in Racket Club that are just like the subject, same actual age and the same effective age. 1973 effective age 1983, and they're 229, 120. And then following that, there is sales ratio report for Fulton Beach Road, which is not super useful. I'd rather have one for condos than Fulton Beach Road geographically, but which was the one that you were saying was misrepresented in our equity grid? Which one was that?
It was property number 1.
Property number 1. Okay, Jack, can we figure out what he's looking at that gives a different number than what ours is putting out? It's 31895 is the account number. What's our value for that? My first guess would be that it might have a cap loss.
208,710.
And is that the assessed value, the market value, or the same?
They're the same.
Did this
Oh, wait, let me go to, hold on.
And so go to ARB inquiry. Okay, and then no, for 2021. That was Yes.
It was
Okay.
an
So
ARB.
there you go. That's what it is. The two. So the on the equity grid, when this was made on June 24th, the value of this property was still the notice market value of 229,120. Its current value is 208. What? Just 208?
208.
710. And that was a result of an ARB decision that happened since this evidence was made. So that's why they're different numbers. That's all. That's our evidence.
Anything else? Okay. All right, Dwayne, you then have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal. So I'll give you 4 minutes on the timer.
Okay, well, on the equity grid, the 208 on that property number one, kind of seems like that's an admission that that market value is too high if it was agreed at 208. So I would still argue that that's the more relevant number when analyzing my property. And in terms of the sales, it would seem that the sale of the property that I had pointed out would be more relevant as it is more recent than that first property. The 245 or 246 value for property 31896. I noted that was in February of 220, and the property that I was referencing was April of 220, so it's more recent. And if you consider the property that I proposed, the median value of the three properties would go down considerably. So that's my argument. I think that the value is too high.
Okay. Eamon, you got then 2 minutes for rebuttal?
Yeah, I'll just make a point that I don't know what evidence was presented in the other case. I don't know why the decision was made, what it was made, or if it was a market value. I just want to point out, I don't have any idea why that other property is at 208. That's not, I don't have any evidence to present about that one. You know what I mean?
Does it indicate, can you go look at whatever number that is? and see-
We kept the land the
Wait
same.
till it's our turn. Wait till it's our turn. Wait till it's our turn.
That's all. Yep, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you for bringing us to say. We have it already or not?
Okay, Dwayne, you have 1 minute for closing. Any final thoughts?
Just that those sales, those three sales, I mean, the property that I pointed out is more recent and it's directly comparable in terms of square footage. There's a third property that was used that involved a larger unit that had a much higher sales price. But that property is not the same square footage. So if we're looking for properties that are, similarity, then I think the property that I pointed out is much more relevant. That's basically it.
Okay, you're just about out of time. No.
Yeah.
Okay, Eamon, you've got 1 minute. You need it?
Don't need it.
Okay. So this,
That's a question on our previous decision on the 208.
It's noted on their protesting that the condo was still damaged.
The condo was down, I was gonna ask.
That's his, it says, interior damage, Hurricane Harvey, HOA repairs pending, floors, windows, walls and doors. So here's
okay,
the inside of the apartment.
I think I remember this one.
still damaged. Okay.
And that's why we did that.
Yeah, I don't remember. I know we kept the land the same.
Yeah. Well, the land's the same for all of them.
So what
Well,
was
the other issue is where's the sale that we had
Next door.
was next door.
Well,
yeah. Can we look at that one to see if there's anything unusual about that?
What is the,
I'm looking for it here.
it's unit A3. Does that help him? Paula Jordan,
Yeah.
2003?
Paula A. Jordan.
Is it 194, 390? I don't know what to say. There were 3 sales in there, that just wasn't one of them. I don't know. It was in April of 2020.
Okay, so that's a year-old sale.
It's a year old sale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
More than a year old.
What was it, 194, 320?
I've got 194, 250.
250, sorry.
Is your unit?
No, sorry, 191, 250 was the sale price.
So is your unit totally rehab from the storm? You still have damage at all?
Pardon me,
Is your unit completely rehabbed after the storm, or you still have damage?
we have some minor things, some windows that haven't been repaired.
Is that it?
Baseboards, need to be replaced. I think the leaks, it's a little bit to be determined whether the leaks have been repaired or not.
Okay, I guess I'm above 208, but I'm not, I could be convinced to come a little off 229.
His sales comp of 191 was from April 2020.
Yeah.
Our sales comps are from February of 2020,
Okay, so,
April of 2020, and July of 2020.
okay, so they're
All three, everyone is old.
okay.
So, and all of ours are unverified. This is a contract.
Yeah.
When was this sale?
April of 2020 is the one that he provided as closing statement for.
That says roll it back to last year.
I was just gonna say that. It's a little damage.
Yeah.
It's a little more on 208, although the 208.
I have a
remember that
question.
condo.
I have a question.
Okay.
You asked about storm damage. This last rain event that we had some flooding in our unit. But in talking with the county representative, she indicated that all of this was as of the beginning, January of 21, and so that damage would not be taken into account.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Was the damage the result of the hurricane and the flood simply came in because it was damaged?
The flooding was kind of a different event. The sewer line, apparently the water got into the sewer line and backed up through the tub and the commodes and flooded the flooring.
So that is a separate event.
Wow.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
I'd say roll it back to last year.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm going to make a motion then on case ID 2021-542, account 31826. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal of the equity value, I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value back to the 2020 assessed value of $212,400.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, case closed. That's it, Dwayne. We're done.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Ready?
Arguments with the case of having.
You can do that.
I see.
All right,
There it
next,
is.
What am I
Mr. Wright.
He has two cases, 1823 and 1708.
I've never met a happy condo owner. Oh, great.
My sister-in-law loves her, but
Both of these are on page 6. Right? Both of these are on page 6.
Okay,
what's next? I'm sorry.
1708 and
Oh, okay.
1823.
They're both on page 6.
1708, it's on page, both are on page 6.
What?
Howdy.
1823. Mhm. Swearing once.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, we have some administrivia to go through before we get to the meat of the matter, sir.
Okay.
I'll go through a script and toward the end, I'll have a few questions.
All right.
We're going to be opening a couple of hearings on cases 1823 and 1708. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q1 and Q2 for both cases.
Got it, Amy?
Yes.
And we're starting with 1708, right?
We can.
Oh, no. You're the chairman, you do
We can. We haven't.
You're our
I
leader.
hadn't determined that yet, but
Okay.
we can.
Sorry.
I thought you were supposed to be the calm one. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your appraisal protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a letter will be generated by snail mail that will give our determination of value, whatever we come up with. And we'll also give instructions and information on how to appeal if you want to pursue it further. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is very important. You turned in all your evidence, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F as it relates to case numbers 2021-1823 and 1708.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. And this pertains to cases 2021-1708 and 1823.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F in relation to case numbers 2021-1708 and 1823.
Regarding cases 1708 and 1823, I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166F.
I, Scott Weigert, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F as it relates to case ID 1708 and 1823.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
Read that statement out loud, please.
I do solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And state your name, please.
Joey D. Wright.
Okay, if you don't mind, just read make these numbers aloud too. It's at 1823 and 1708.
1823 and 1708.
Yeah. Good.
I, Aaron Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct for accounts 1823, cases 1823 and 34381 first.
So that you want to follow along.
What?
Correct? The
1823 and
It's 1823 and 1708.
I think might be wrong.
It's the account number.
Case number 2021-18-23.
Yeah, and then put the account number as the case number.
Oh, so what is the? What that's the case number for?
Yes, it's 1823 and 1708.
And 17. Okay, got it.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, can
I'm obligated to ask if you have an appraiser's license in the state
No, I
of Texas.
Okay, I'm trying to sort out between these two cases, who's on first. We've got,
I can help you with that.
Thank you.
The only one that I'm really protesting is the one that's property ID number 34381. And the other one, I don't know how, it was miscommunication when I protested it. It's valued at 14,000 or something. I'm okay with that.
okay, because it looked, it don't, just to not belabor it, but it looks like the land value of the one you're protesting went down into the other one. I think, no, maybe not.
There's actually a third account. I just realized that.
It's an undivided, second one is a vacant piece of land that has an undivided interest between Joey D. Wright and the heirs of Bill Richardson.
Oh, I'm at 75%.
Okay, so that,
Never mind.
it's block 246 lot, I assume it's south half?
Yes, south half.
That's the one I'm not protesting. It's the south half.
So do y'all want to, since we've opened a hearing for it, do y'all want to just make a motion on that one?
We opened a hearing on 1708.
Yeah.
We're doing 1708.
Okay, carry on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Wright,
So,
No,
Go ahead.
Mr. Wright, you should have a page over there under the Mylar. There, that's the procedure that will follow throughout the hearing. There are two columns because you get to choose whether you speak first or the district speaks first. Which would you prefer?
I just can go first.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
My average income on this has been $6,725 a year over the past 7 years. My vacancy has been 83%. My square footage rental price is 50 cents, not $4 a square foot. My expenses are pretty similar to what you guys have called out. A good portion of that must be rolled over from year to year. My accountant prepares my expenses, but I put a bunch of money in that building right before the hurricane, and then about a year after, I put money in it again. But the income is just completely astronomically wrong. The pinned in portions that I put in there are what my numbers are actual, and they're straight off of the my income tax forms 14 through 20. The building does not have, doesn't even have gravel driveways. It's got very, very limited electrical. It's got no water to the tenant spaces. It's just a rusty old junk building.
Gold plated door.
I guess.
how does the value go? Oh, never mind. I can ask.
Get there.
We'll get there. Why did the value go down from 158 to 3,000?
Well, that was land.
I know, the land.
Yeah, right. Well, those are all good questions. Yeah.
They've got this one has an excess land value, so it must be added back in there under a separate deal. They've got land value as 141. I don't know how that works. I didn't get that far.
What's the land value on 3,150?
You ready?
Still got a little over 2.5 minutes.
I think I'm done.
He does, okay.
Questions later.
Okay, so Eamon, you got then 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, your rent's 50 cents a foot per month.
Yes.
Okay, that number is annualized. So
Okay.
what 50 cents a foot a month is $6. It would show up on here as $6.
Okay.
So it's $6 per foot per year. So we are valuing your property at a lease rate of $4 per year. So
Okay.
it's less than what you're actually renting it for.
All right.
So that's where that is. There's a couple of things going on. You have a homestead on this property as well.
Yes,
So it's like,
there's a small apartment in the end.
yeah, so it gets, the value has to get like forced back into packs in a certain way because it doesn't want to put, it'll mess up your homestead calculation if you don't. It'll end up making it to where you basically kind of don't have a homestead if you don't put the value back in to if you look on the property card. Flat value where it says commercial. There's no law against homesteading F1 commercial property. There's no law against it. So it's just a little unusual. So there's a handful of properties that we have to kind of manually keep watch over just to, really won't matter until you turn 65.
That's not that far.
Okay, and that's when it'll start to matter, because then it'll feel like you're pre-sealing and stuff. And we want to protect that as accurately as possible. I don't have everything from your Schedule E. Let me see here. Okay, you do have the itemized portion. The other thing is, I don't know, haven't I talked to you? Did I talk to you last year?
Yes, somebody did last year. I had a meeting like this last year.
Okay, so you had a hearing last year.
Yes.
Okay, did you bring in your income tax stuff last year?
No, last year they based it on a cost, and this year they're doing it on an income.
It will, okay, I see what you're saying. Well, I just wanted to tell you, if you present this stuff at a hearing, it's kind of anybody who wants can show up to this hearing, so it's kind of public. But if you send us this stuff directly, because it's income related information, it's confidential. It's like legal. Well, it makes me uncomfortable that people could like open record request part of your tax return. That's weird. That makes me very uncomfortable. So I prefer that not happen. Let me see here. What do you have on here? I'm just checking what expenses you have itemized. You have your rents received says 103,100. Is that including some other properties or on your what page of the document? This is 1, 2, 3, 4.
What year?
Oh, I didn't even realize this is multiple years. Do you have this year's 19?
I don't have 21. I do have 20 at the very tail.
Oh, sure. Okay. Okay. So 20, you have rents received. There you go. 22,500. Okay. And you have on travel, cleaning and maintenance, insurance, legal and professional fees, taxes, utilities, depreciation other than depletion, or depreciation and depletion, interesting, and your total expenses. Okay, so basically what we want to do if you're doing like a fee, simple, or not a fee, a lease fee appraisal of this property as it exists, as it sits, it'd be 22,500. And then several of these actually are not allowable in real estate valuation, like auto and travel, cleaning and maintenance, insurance, legal and professional is all fine. Utilities is fine, but depreciation, taxes, and auto are not allowable expenses when you're doing a real estate valuation because they're not tied to the real property.
Taxes are.
Right, the taxes are added into the cap rate. So the higher the taxes are, the lower your property value is because it costs more to own it. You either add them as an expense or you load the cap rate with the tax rate directly. 25. Total is 34,903. 3. Six. 62. 13,377. That. Okay. $35. You're getting close to 65, you said?
Pretty close, yeah. 58.
Oh, yeah. We could speed that up.
The year seems to roll around a little
It
quicker.
would help you out. It would help you out if you could speed that up a little bit. Okay, so let's see.
Just a kid.
Okay, that would give about 278,590, which is $6,000 over what it was last year. Does that sound reasonable?
That sounds reasonable.
Okay, 278,590.
Done.
Okay, all right. So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1708, account 34381, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or equity value, that we lower the 2021 assessed value from 460,820 to 278,590.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Case closed. Opening case 1823. Account 8817,628. Mr. Wright, you want to go first?
I'm okay with it.
Go ahead.
I'm okay with it. I
Okay with value?
mistakenly went on with that.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Okay, I mean,
You
it's
do a
gonna,
motion.
okay, it's gonna set the value of the next one then.
No, you just add them together, that's the.
The only, he's only able to protest his.
Oh, his portion. Okay, okay. So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1823, account 8817,628. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or equity value, that we maintain the 2021 assessed value at $3,695.
Based on what Eamon just said, isn't that the 1823
Yes,
that's on the next page?
Yeah.
you own the 75% part, right? Yes. So yours is $11,000.
Top of page 7.
Oh, it's this one that he's not
Yes.
protesting.
Yeah.
Okay,
So it's 11,000.
okay. So then for the 75% undivided interest of account 8817,628, we're going to maintain that value, the 2021 assessed value at $11,085.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
That it?
That was painless. Appreciate it.
Anna, what happens to this piece?
That one has not been protested and the value is gonna stay the same.
That was not protested.
Correct.
It wasn't supposed to be on here.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna go see if Beth could, this might be something to relay to PAX as far as feedback, that it's not helpful to have the UDI interest that's not being protested on this list.
Yes.
Yeah.
It would be nice to have that.
We're easy enough to confuse without
Why
fuel to the fire.
was that first one done, changed to income? It's not a warehouse, or is it?
You sell something out there because of their income.
Which
No,
It's
it is
a
a warehouse. It's like a big boat.
I was looking at the codes. There's not a, it doesn't have a warehouse code. It's got, in fact, it's got a residential code on it.
And that
That's
was
one of
because-
the.
SS.
That's because of PAX.
It's got the little apartment that he's homesteaded, so that's why
He lives in the building, but in a tiny little portion of it.
Or it could look, well, yeah, right, it must be.
Yeah, because he's on stage.
Soft-
Okay.
Software limitation. PAX is.
Today's just one of those days.
Yes.
The more you dig, the worse it gets. Wow.
Daddy told me.
Huh?
Daddy told me, when you down and find yourself in a hole, stop digging.
Yeah, we were talking about that one where
50%
backed
of a
up and stuff.
4.9
Right.
And I was doing some work over at the Maritime Museum Administrative Office, helping out on some stuff. I came back in the afternoon, there was this flurry of activity because the NAV district, there's that little public restroom.
The restaurants, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and some idiots over the weekend had, thrown T-shirts and all kinds of
They do
crap
that all
down
the
the toilet,
time.
right? So they're there trying, the NAV district is there with this huge vacuum and pump truck trying to clean out the restroom.
Oh, good.
And they end up, evidently the sewer in the administrative office, which is that little building right in
Yeah.
the back, is at the end of that line.
Okay.
Some people were in the office are sitting around, and all of a sudden, there's like this geyser that shoots up from the toilet in
Oh,
the administrative office.
Luckily, nobody was on it.
And try, yeah, exactly. And of course, they ran outside, and said, stop. And the jokers that are, huh? What do you want? They're just like, that's why they have that job. Oh, but it was a mess. And they ended up having to demo the inside of the building with, all the floors. It was just
Oh, God.
unbelievable, the mess it
They
created.
finally stopped. I mean,
Well, they got to stop. Yeah.
Is this in the harbor?
It's right across the street. You know where the museum is, right in the back of the museum. Between the museum and the women's club.
Yeah, he said, go ahead and try the landline
They all
first.
work there.
It's in 1841, Stanbro.
That was a good year.
How many more do we have for
130, this is it. We do have a letter though, and I love those.
Sometimes, yeah. They're
Thank
entertaining.
What is it, this is?
1841.
1841. 55351. Okay,
Difficult day to do a reset button.
No, for a fast forward.
That too.
We're an easy button.
Yeah, an easy button.
Yeah, right?
That was easy.
okay.
All right. So.
That's good.
I'm glad I have some protection. Want a Snickers?
Jerry Stanbro, I guess.
You should.
Let's try that again.
We'll try that again if you can hear us.
No, I'm gonna try the cell phone now. He did say he was having phone issues.
Oh, okay.
That was a cell phone?
That was a landline.
If he's in Michigan, he's probably having to deal with snow. Yeah, it is.
It's snowing up there? Oh,
He's in Michigan, snow and stuff like that.
After the 4th of July.
could be. You're wrong.
Yeah, that or mosquitoes.
Hi, you've reached Sue Stanbro. Please leave a message at the tone and I'll call you back. Have a great day. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hi, this is the Aransas County Appraisal District. Would you please call us back at?
361-729-9733.
Thank you.
Wanna try something one more time?
Yeah, I'll try. I never called.
Traded banjos just now.
Call it a restaurant on the weekends around here.
It's the only place in existence that still gets a
Nobody answers.
banjo. Didn't learn about call waiting 20 years ago.
No, they just have to come up to.
Whatever.
Hello?
Jim,
Yeah.
Sorry?
It's the first time that's happened.
Yeah.
That reminds me of a time when I worked in Houston. We did a lot of work for a small consulting company. Did a lot of work at the Bechtel offices there in the Gallery area. And they had a number, something like 713-235-5510. But there was a 1-800-235-5510. It was Weight Loss Centers of America. And no joke, in a period of a couple of weeks, we were having meetings in this conference room. We'd get like a call or two every day. Just Weight Loss Centers of America. You know, after about the third or fourth day, we said, yes, it is. You know, you know. Oh, can you? Yeah, sure.
My wife has a cell phone number, 205-4464. There is a Parks and Wildlife officer who's 205-4465.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
Well, my mother-in-law used to have, her number was a 729 blah, blah, blah. And the Wells Fargo Bank was 790 blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
And invariably she would get numbers, she would get calls from people. I'd like to check my account balance.
Should have just given them numbers.
Yeah. It's like $36.
Never tried that.
What? $100?
$242.72. What are we gonna do about this?
Well,
I guess wait and see if they call back. Just, it's on the 130 docket or just.
yeah.
should you try the cell phone again? Like the two
Yeah,
shots at it.
Then they call back.
I guess he's got till 3:15. Is this 1:30 or 3:15?
130. But he's already called in, he's already made contact.
Yeah.
So he's
Did he call? He called him?
yeah, I think they talked.
Hi, you've reached Sue Stanbro.
Oh, no. These little bags with like 10 M&Ms, you know, 5 bags.
She said this was the last 130, right?
Yes.
But you always feel better. You just eat them a few at a time.
I know. Then you're like, oh, I'll just take that thing over there too.
Sounds like he just called.
That was herself.
Yeah.
So I will be here tomorrow morning for Wednesday.
Yes, please. All right, he's being transferred right now.
Okay.
And then I'm leaving on Thursday. I'm leaving on Thursday for lunch.
Okay.
I'm going with her.
Husband's going.
Hello.
Yes, hi, this is Terry Sandro.
Hi, this is
Sorry for
Charlie.
the phone hassle.
This is Charlie Powers with the Appraisal Review Board. Good afternoon.
Yes, I'm sorry for the phone hassle.
That happens. No
Yeah, it
problem.
does.
No problem. We are going to go through a little script here.
Okay,
I'll have some questions when I get down toward the end.
very good, sir.
We are opening a hearing on case 1841, account 55359.
Yes, sir.
This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q1, Q2, and Q6, exemption denied, modified, or canceled.
Okay. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Jerry, I am assuming that you are under oath for the duration of this hearing as a result of you signing the affidavit. You understand?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you.
I am in Burke, do solemnly swear from the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
I am obligated to ask you, Jerry, if you hold the Texas appraiser's license.
No, I do not.
Okay. Do you have available to you the procedure times?
I'm sorry, what document was that?
It's a chart, one-page chart that shows the time breakout of the procedure for the hearing.
Oh, no, I don't seem to have that.
Well, we have a timekeeper who'll keep track of where you are, so that he'll tell you when it's time for you to speak.
Okay, no problem.
One of the choices you get to make is, would you like to speak first, or would you like the district to speak first?
Doesn't matter to me.
The governor says you get to choose.
Okay, I guess I can go first.
Okay, in that case, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, well, how shall I use this? I'm actually, I appreciate your folks' dilemma there and reestablishing values after the hurricane. Just for whatever it's worth, I'm actually a real Texan, not a winter one, having been born in Houston. So I understand and sympathize with the situation. has some specific points to make with regard to the material you gave me. First of all, I have a question on the appraisal sheets for our property. It shows two separate things. It shows an appraised value of 130,390, and it shows a adjusted value of 93,150. I'm not sure, I guess obviously you have carried forward the appraised value, but I'm just wondering what the adjusted value is in regard to that. My second point is that I spoke to a neighbor who has an identical unit to ours, which is a 2-bedroom, 2-bath flat. And he was given an appraised value of, where is it here, 93,302. And that was before his any extension. So I'm not sure if that was unit A202 in the same complex, of course. Also, there was a unit identical to ours that was listed in the sales ratio report. That's unit E103 that was sold for 124,620, not 130,390. And finally, next door to us was a larger unit, which is actually a townhouse as opposed to a flat, that sold recently for 95,000. So I was kind of questioning the valuation, and if we want to hang our hat on anything, the value of A202 of 93,302 seems like it'd be a good number for ours. Finally, being at age 75 and so forth, I would think I would be entitled to the over 65 exemption, which does not show on the appraised sheet that I was given, or the value sheet. Those are the essence of my questions and so forth, and however you want to handle it from here on, whatever you guys, whatever your procedure is fine with me. Just to let you know, I did serve as an appraiser, quite a few years ago. I did real estate appraisal work in the Chicago area, so I'm somewhat familiar with the process here. So
Okay,
hopefully that'll help us walk through it.
okay, good.
Okay. All right, so Eamon, then you got 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, I don't have the layout of this place memorized. Is your unit on the fairway?
Yes, it is.
Okay. We had another hearing about a couple weeks ago. Something similar came up in this complex. That's why I was asking about that. Okay, let me present our evidence real quick. So we have condo and gardens Lakeside. Last year it was certified at 84,820. This year it was noticed at 130,390. The sales are going to be other units in Gardens Lakeside. One sold for 140, 108, and 140. There's some adjustments to be made as far as how they're situated, and they're upstairs, downstairs, they're slightly different. They're not all exactly the same. There is still a lot of uniformity in this place, but the median value for the subject indicated by the comps is 133,123, and the equity grid gives a number of 130,390 because there are 3 others that are the same size, same class, and they're exactly the same value. The sales ratio report is for just Gardens Lakeside. There you go. We're at 1.00 at Gardens Lakeside. So we just see what sales are doing in here. That's our evidence for market and equity. And can you hear me okay, Mr. Sandbrook?
You're echoing a little bit, but I'm making out most of what you're saying. Yes, sir.
Okay, I just wanted to let you know the exemption for over 65 applies in the state of Texas to your primary residence. So it has to be where you live more than half of the year, and it has to match your driver's license. So without that, there are no exemptions. Just so you know, if it was your homestead, then you'd have various over 65 benefits, but this property is not homesteaded at all. So that's why that is.
I had thought that the homestead exemption and the over 65 exemption were two separate things.
They actually are. They are separate exemptions, but they both require that they are applied to your primary residence.
Wonderful. Okay.
That's it.
Just a point to make, we do have the same view, if you will. We're on the fairway as unit A202 that got an appraised value of 93,302. And that was before any exemptions that he was entitled to. The gentleman's name there is Tony Borgi, Borgi, who is a friend of ours. And, that's significantly less than 130. I can say same exact unit. And also unit E103, what actually is not a fairway view, sold at less than that. And a townhouse next door to ours with the same view sold for 95. So, usually you get your comps from recent sales, and I'm not finding a lot in here that's showing a value for the flat, the 2-bedroom flat that would really justify a 133.90, which is a 57% increase over the last valuation. And I think I understand what you're trying to do is get back to square one here after Harvey. But that seems like a huge jump in the course of 1 year. We do live there for 4 months out of the year, but I understand that's not enough to be a resident. But I'm just scratching my head over why one guy with the identical unit and identical view would get a $93,000 evaluation, and we would get a $130,000 evaluation. And also compared to neighboring units. I'm trying to find the one that in the material you sent me here that's sold for 140. I'm not sure what that was. I don't seem to have it here. In the sales ratio report. Oh, wait a minute, there it is. That was a townhouse. That's a bigger unit. Oh, wait a minute, that's not, yeah, G105. That's a townhouse, and it does not have a view of the golf course. It's only building. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. It's buildings A, B, F, and G that has the view.
Just so you know, Mr. Stambro, you have about 2 minutes left in your next segment here.
Okay. Well, that's the only rebuttal I had is I'm not seeing identical unit to ours that's sold for anything like even 130. Much less 140, and the sale, it would seem to be the basis for an appraisal, and I'm still scratching my head over why our neighbor got about a 30 some odd $1,000 lower appraised value even before he had an exemption. So I was thinking ours should be about the same as that one, since it's an identical unit with the same view. So that's all I had in that regard.
Okay. He's got about a minute left. Can we look at A202? Okay.
Okay, so the deal with A202 is that it is his homestead. That guy does have a homestead and an over 65 exemption applied. It is an exemption, as you've alluded to that reduces his taxable value. But there is a additional things that homesteads do, and one of them is it reduces how quickly value can change year over year. So if you have a property that's worth 100 grand, and then within 3 years, the market just goes crazy and now it's worth 250. That property is only going to be increased 10% every year until it gets up to full market value. So that's what's happening to your neighbor's property. His market value is 135. The 90 something number, first of all, was from a year prior. And second of all, his property is going to increase from, if it's 90, it's going to be 99. And the next year it's going to be 110. And then the next year it's going to be 122 until it gets to market value, which could take a while.
Well, I understand that.
Yeah.
I was expecting there to be an increase, just a 57% increase in 1 year. I remember the dump hit because of Harvey and all of that, but to have it go that far above anything it ever was and not find any sale values for that unit with that view is what I was basing it on. Plus the information he gave me, Tony, for unit A202 was that this number he had on here, he had to read it to me over the phone, but it was an identical form. But what I got was that the appraised value was 93,302 before any exemption.
Yeah, he was probably just looking at his improvements value, or he was reading a cap number. But I'm just telling you, his market value is 135. There are exemptions that reduce his value and his notice value. That change his market, doesn't change the market value, it changes the assessed value. But it isn't unit A102 pretty similarly situated to yours and his?
I think, well, let's say the lower floor.
Okay, and that's a good sale that just sold for 140. So if you're looking for anything to point to, the first comp, that is what they're selling for. I understand the value is going up a lot from what it used to be, but we're just measuring it when it happens.
Yeah, I was just trying to preserve something that we could actually access in the winter to go back home, if you will.
Yeah.
And this really is a slug in the face, frankly.
Yeah, I understand. I just want to reassure you that there's nothing happening to your unit that's not happening to the rest of the building. There might be some confusion in what people interpret their notices to mean, and there's exemptions that change stuff, but everybody's market values are pretty uniform in there.
Okay, Mr. Stanbro, you got one minute. Any final thoughts?
Well,
want to tell us?
I don't know. Like I say, it just was a major blow, and I don't know if we're going to be able to keep the place now, which for retired folks on limited income is unfortunate. I don't know if there's anything you can do about that, but apparently not.
Okay, anything else?
That's all I can say.
Okay, so Eamon, you have 1 minute for closing.
I have no clue.
Okay. I'm not seeing anything to change this. Okay. So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1841, account 55359. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value, and Q6 exemption was denied, modified, or canceled. I move that we maintain the 2021 assessed value at 130,390.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you, Jerry.
You bet.
Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
He was on the 130.
Yeah. he was on the- Oh, good God.
There's, the first three at 3 o'clock are done. The combing or ones.
Oh, we don't have to do those.
No, those are all set.
We have a letter, if y'all wanna go ahead and do that before the 3 o'clock.
Sure.
Okay, it's in my question.
So 558, 555, and 562.
Which ones do we not have to worry about?
The, let me see, it's page
Page 7.
8.
Oh, I'm sorry. 8.
All three on page 8 have been settled. If you're curious, it's the flea market in Aransas Pass.
Oh, jeez. It would have been fun.
Yeah, I mean, it was really informative.
Nobody has called it tonight yet. Oh, here. Oh, we still have it.
Okay.
All right, we have a letter received August 19th from a Mark Smith, Cameron, Texas, and this is property ID. Here we go. Property ID 14171. Little sticky note here says May 6th protest received, notice mailed 5/7/21, scheduled for May 26th. Okay, so let me read the letter. Dear Sir or Madam, I am writing to ask for rehearing regarding my lot in Aransas Pass, Texas on West Guile Avenue. I never received the letter giving me the date of my hearing. I always attend my protest hearings. You may inquire at the Milam County Appraisal District if you have any doubt. I'm asking you to please reschedule my hearing so that I may attend via telephone. If you have any questions regarding this matter, please feel free to contact me at phone number, or then there's an email number. Thank you, regards, Sharon Marcus. So then the note from the appraisal district says, May 6th, the protest was received, so it was received in a timely manner. Notice, presumably for the hearing, then was mailed out on May 7th for a May 26th hearing that he didn't show up for.
Because he says he didn't get the letter.
He says he didn't get the letter.
But he must have. He must have gotten the first letter because he sent in the protest.
Yeah, what he didn't get was the letter with the schedule.
The address was correct.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Address was correct.
Yeah. I don't know what you can do.
Yeah.
No.
It sounds like a mail.
Raise your hand if you can't hear me, you know, it's the kind of thing, it just, you mailed it and.
So I'm gonna move then on property ID 14171 from Sharon Marcus, that we not grant her a new hearing due to failure to show good cause.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Now, we do have some joint motions and some chief appraiser motions, if you want to do those right now, or.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
So is this a supplement to the supplement?
Yes. This is-
Okay.
This is supplements.
To the supplements.
Well,
We did these. I'm just being.
oh, okay. Yeah, supplements are ongoing.
Yeah, okay.
Chief appraiser motions. Okay, so this first motion, there was an inerrant, okay, this is a account number or 203 Pintail Lane, Rockport, Texas, account number 15917. It's a clerical error that affects the imposed taxes for 20 and 2021. The value was changed by an addition to a bulkhead. There was no authorization for the change for those years, and the motion was to correct the value back to the certified value for 20 and 21, thereby reducing the value $5,550 for those years. I don't know how it happened, but it happened. And we found it, we got it. Next one, chief appraiser's motion, it's 1713 West Guile. Clerical error that affects the owner's liability for tax imposed for the 2016 through 2021 years. There was a manufactured home on the personal property that was not linked to the real property. This motion will put the personal property PID 60266 and the real property PID 14127 into a homestead group, and therefore they get the exemption both on the mobile and the land.
Since 2016.
Yeah, I can go back 5 years.
Oh.
It's actually reducing, or it's lessening the obligation by the property owner. Okay. Next one is 1713 West Guile. This is the other one of those. I just read both of them. This is the other one. Okay. Those are the chief appraiser motions.
Okay, so I move that we accept and approve the chief appraiser motions for correction of appraisal roll, these 3 items for today.
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
Can you ask Val if she handed me the supplement and then she handed me minutes. Can you ask her what we need to do? Either one of them.
Holy moly.
This last one is just ARB minutes.
Yeah, so there's a lot of minutes. If you want to wait on those, we can.
Okay. And what about the supplement that she handed me? Was that what I just read?
I think so. There is a,
This is a different supplement.
Yeah, I think so.
There's an order approving supplemental records for Aransas. It affects the years 2018 through 2021, and the supplemental group numbers are attached on the first page. Group number 361, 363, 364, 366, and 367. You see the associated supplemental numbers for each of those years. And like the summation said, those are years 2018 through 2020. We've looked at things like this before. The details are in your tablet there. Some of the some examples of some of the changes, like on the very first page is 361. The very first one is an exemption removal. There's no value change, just there was an exemption removal for that particular one. The second one is an arbitration award, meaning that they went to arbitration and they won. That's why there's a parentheses, there's a negative number. Another thing is something like railroad rolling stock, which is promulgated by the comptroller's office that we actually put in because they actually give us a number to put in for railroad rolling stock. Another one is on group 364, for an example, there's ARB decisions. Those are summations for you. Also, section 111E settlements. See the number that was declined there. You can see also there's a $52,945 one for account number 63072. It should have been that code that's indicated. These are all cleanups. These are typical. These kinds of things are typical. I'd be glad to answer any questions. The first set of these is the actual summation right here. So this is the summary of the certified roll changes. And each one of these numbers, like 361, you have a detail behind it. And in the detail, it actually tells you what property ID, specifically who the owner was, what the legal description was, and what the market value difference is. There might be. Yeah, you should, but you should review the supplemental details. And if you have any questions.
You know, where in the detail is the one that was, you started out with?
Where in the detail that you started off with?
You started with a correction due to
It was a exemption
was an exemption.
that was removed. I think that's what I recall Mike
Okay.
saying.
Right, there's an exemption. You're talking about the exemption removal on the very first one where it just has 0, or? Well, the way you can find that, like, some of them are actually listed here, and you would just find the ID over here on the actual
okay.
detail. And I can find whichever one you want me to look at and try to answer the question. Many of these are A or B decisions, settlements, exemption, either approvals or denials or removals. There are BVP renditions that are joint motions. Typically, disaster. There's another one in group 366 that are disaster exemption removals. Value to be corrected. We just read that one, actually, the $5,550 one. Homestead cap loss settlements. And then on the second page here, homestead caps, values to be corrected on future supplement 5550. Again, we just read that chief appraiser motion on that one. Disaster exemption removal, disaster exemption removal. Those are things where people have the ability to build back over a period of time, but if they sold it or they no longer used it as their primary, then we have to remove that exemption. Homestead cap changes. Those are, again, that goes into late applications after a person's been in there a while. There are sometimes some errors that are there. And what I mean by late applications, a person can come in up to 2 years after a date and say, hey, I've been here at this address for a while, and here's my driver's license. So you apply the exemption, and then sometimes you find cap errors, so cap loss errors. These might be some of those as an example. So again, I would encourage you to look, just at the summary, the details themselves. You notice the vast majority of these, the market value difference is either 0 or there's a negative, and that's because either we're applying exemptions or something like that, or there's no market value change. Sometimes there is exemption removals, but we're applying the law the best we can in this situation. Section of the code is also in that supplemental code column. The section of the code is there, and I'd be glad to read that number. I'd be glad to read that to you if you want me to. Can you, Damon, can you give me the code book right there? 4147, that's the vast majority of these.
Oh, I see. So, yeah, if you're looking for the details, there you go.
I got it.
So on 4147, it's a large section, but it could be if.
It's all the ARB decisions.
Yeah, these are the ARB decisions as they're laid forth. So these are supplements. Because the roll has been certified back in July, and every single one after that is really a supplement, these are your changes basically. So it actually has to do with determination of protest, which this board actually by the chairman writes that order every day for many cases, and they say, hey, we decided not to do any change, or we decided to do a change, and that's why you see all these numbers in parentheses, because there's declinations in value. There were reductions that y'all do. The vast majority of them are that way. The 1.111E. We can.
Those are the settlements.
Yeah, those are settlement statements that are done between us and the property owner, or yeah, settlements. 2525 Bravos or any other correction or area that we see, those are typically, again, just errors that we find. Many of those do not have a market value implication. They're just an application or removal of an exemption. And then sometimes you have notes here. Again, I'd be glad to answer any question on any one of these details, or try to. Remember, the 1.111E is a settlement statement or settlement that we would do out there with the person. The 4147s are cases that you have already heard and you ruled one way or the other. And that's the vast majority of these things. 11.135 have to do with the disaster exemption. It's typically those are removals. Again, I described that as somebody that didn't build back and then, or they sold the property, so they have to get the exemption removed, and there's a penalty associated with that as well. But again, the value doesn't get changed. It's just their tax obligation changes, so we have to make you aware of it.
What was the one that went to arbitration?
Arbitration awards, they, if you're looking at the summary one, or which
Yes,
one?
I'm looking at the details.
So the summary could be it could be one or it could be many, and you'd have to look.
What's the code for that?
And it's actually one. It's one single one, and it looks like it's because the amounts add up to the 104,350. It's on supplement group detail 361. So it's the first page. It's account number 25335. So they went to not this board, but they went to an arbitrator, and they got a reduction in value by that amount. You can't do anything about it. I mean,
No.
it's already,
Done.
yeah, it's already done. But again, we have to make you aware of it. So again, if you can try to imagine that this is, many papers rolled up into a scroll, and then you have to open up your scroll and put these in there and then seal it back up.
Right.
This is really what you're doing.
Just a technical question here. All this is done in tax software, or is this done in separate Excel spreadsheets that you have?
Right, and you'll see there's the supplement roll summary where I've highlighted comes from PAX. If we were to try to print out everything that PAX produces to come up with that, it would be extremely lengthy.
Okay.
So we list the account singly with the information that the tax code requires that comes to you. But each of those have a detailed page.
Right. The tax code requires the year, the property ID, the property legal description, and then the change. So this detail is actually done by Val or one of the staff members. That little page that looks like this is going to be what PAX produces. And when we did that in the past, they would be that big. So, knock yourself out if you want. We're trying to make it a little more readable.
Find that binding arbitration.
And 4147
Yeah,
is what
41,
now?
Those are changes
Okay.
you would have made, you would have had. to-
Okay, so those are arbitration.
Yeah, those are
Board.
A or B decisions.
Board
They
decisions.
took it
Okay.
down by 104,000.
Okay, there's one below it, it's 0.
25.
That says they didn't do it.
No, I'm sorry,
at all.
one.
What is that code?
Oh,
That's like Eamon's
that
out there and
one
he settles with somebody
is
Okay.
a 1143.
or one of our staff members.
Which was.
And then 25 is.
Bravo or any other chief, those are role corrections. So let me read that to you. There's 25 Alpha, Bravo, and Delta, Charlie and Delta.
The ones that are like from a year ago or whatever,
Those are deltas.
those are D, okay. that's-
When somebody is, when their
Only two
claim is like, hey, I
arbitrations
think
out
this
of-
is over by more than a third, they're
Maybe
doing
only one.
25 delta. Yes.
I just lost power.
Okay. So 25 Bravo, it's, the chief appraiser may change the appraisal role at any time to correct a name, address, a determination of ownership, description of property, multiple appraisals of property, an erroneous denial or cancellation of exemption as authorized by section 111. If the applicant or recipient is disabled or over 65 or older, an exemption is authorized by 1113 Q, 11-131, 11-22, or a clerical error or any inaccuracy is prescribed by the board rule that does not increase the amount of tax liability. That's what I'm presenting to you. It goes on, but if you want to read it.
No.
That is cancellation of exemptions, and the reason
We don't
it's
deal with those
zero in
very
market
often, so-
difference is it would just be taking off taxable value. And that's his third amount, minus 91,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the vast majority of these, you put a pie chart together, would be 41, 47, those are your orders. And then 25 Bravos that are clerical things. The 111Es or echoes, those are settlements that we do out there right before they come in, or they call in 2 days before or something like that.
And the reason there's so many 25 fees is we can't make any changes during the protest season, so they just stack up. And so all those got put through after our roll approval. And if y'all want to just table this till tomorrow, we can come back to it.
Yeah,
And,
you're welcome to.
yeah. Y'all want to get onto your 3 o'clock docket?
Do we have people?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. You need a motion and a
You
signature,
either need a
right?
motion or you can table it, whatever y'all want to
Might
do.
as well motion today.
Yeah, I mean,
We're not
Yeah.
I don't think we're gonna do anything.
Kind of makes sense, the explanation, so what am I motioning here? It is the supplement, we did that, it is the certified role changes,
No, it's just the supplemental.
supplemental, okay,
I think that's what we've been looking at.
okay.
Didn't we just approve that?
You approved the chief appraiser motion.
That's
Yeah,
right,
now
okay.
we have to do something.
Okay, so I move that we approve the supplemental appraisal records for groups 361, 363, 364, 366, and 367 for the years presented to us today.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Alright, and I'm gonna go check on our 3 o'clocks.
Thank you, everybody.
Mhm.
My mind's frazzled.
Well, the
My
other thing
mind's
is,
frazzled.
a lot of it is before our time,
Yeah, and a lot of it's stuff to do.
Yeah.
2020, 2019. I find it amazing the trail that has to be maintained.
Yeah.
So when
That's
you, for
what,
so many years.
Yeah, well, nothing ever happens by itself, right? You always can
right.
backtrack and say, well, this, this shows that we did this, when we did it.
Yeah.
It's pretty
God,
interesting.
the computer.
That's the government for it.
And that's why I was curious too. Is it all done in packs or is it like all these spreadsheets that you then roll up into
I don't know
another
how
piece
they
of
do that. I
software?
don't know.
It's supposed to be all in packs.
Okay.
But packs is-
You know the type of stuff in there, it just moves over.
Yeah, I mean, our packs as a software represents our work file. That is the work file. So there was a point in time where you would literally have a folder, like file, and it would have a property card and photographs stapled to it and a bunch of documents behind it and stuff. And that's your work file for this property. And there'd be a bunch of redundant things that are in everybody's file, cabinets everywhere. Packs replaces all of that.
Okay.
That software is our work file. So even though we still have a habit of keeping things indefinitely, they're invisible forms. Everything really could just be thrown away here because it's all packs. It's all in there. It's huge database.
Packs came along about 2000 or so.
Yeah, like 2002 or so,
About
and
the
the
time and a lot of
transition in
stuff.
04 from
Okay.
what it was before, with a different camera software that they moved from. As time has gone on, there's a lot of things that it was made from the ground up in its day, but it doesn't scale into the future very well. And it's like, oh, it'd been nice if we could just use like Microsoft Azure for this instead of trying to write our own thing to do it.
Right.
Hey,
It's hard to beat Microsoft Excel. Microsoft Excel. Kind of hard to do. So there's a lot of stuff where it's like, oh, I'll just do this myself. And it's really good. Val's over this.
Oh, sorry, Scott.
No worries. 1403.
No, I use this one all the time.
You like that one?
Yeah, I use this one, I need one, I know where it is, I know what it is.
So you know where it is? Sorry, you have to.
That's all right.
And you are
My name is Robert Robancos.
Robert?
He
Yes,
is
sir.
the future owner or the.
The new owner now,
Yeah,
we just purchased the building, yes. sir.
Okay.
and we have his documents and
You?
show that.
You are Pearson Wade LLC.
I'm not. I am Robancos Holdings LLC now. We're the new owners.
Okay. We have. Okay, just let me be clear about something. You are fully within your rights to protest and everything like that's because you're the new owner.
Yes.
Both parties can, even if it's after January 1st. But I am pretty sure. This has been on my monitor for that. Who's Elizabeth Walther?
I guess those are the previous owners.
So that's who protested this.
If I called and they said that I could go ahead and come in and bring my documents since I'm the new owner. Because I was asking when I purchased it 3 weeks ago that if, do I need to redo an application to do a protest? They said no, that all I have to do is, since you're the new owner, just bring what you have.
Who's they?
Val, you talked to Val earlier.
Okay, so that's,
Yeah, that was,
Cope is
remember when I
that-
came to you and I told you about it earlier?
no, I don't have a problem with it. I'm just making sure that we're not gonna have Elizabeth show up and be like, what the heck, I didn't have my hearing.
No,
You know what I
yeah,
mean? I'm just, sure, we gotta make sure that,
yeah,
you know, everybody gets their rights preserved.
gotcha.
All right, I'll defer to Val on that.
Yeah, blame it on Val, she's not in here.
Okay.
And you can blame it on me, I'm just deferring to her.
We have some administrivia that we need to go through before we get down to the meat of the matter.
Yes, sir.
Just follow along with me. I'll have some questions for you when I get down to the end. We're opening a hearing on case 1403. Account 66666. Would you believe?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yes.
This hearing is being recorded.
Oh, under protest is Q1 incorrect appraised market value.
Q1.
Q1, yes.
Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The appraisal review board is the 5 of us around this table. Eamon represents the district. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. This survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Bill Doc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166F.
I, Scott Waggert, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Robert Robados, I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. My name is Robert Robados.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear from the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board, the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Robert, do you have an appraiser's license in the state of Texas?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Do you have an appraiser's license?
No, sir.
You should have a chart on your desk in that blue, that Mylar folder.
Yes, okay.
And that's the procedure that we'll follow throughout the hearing. Now, there's 2 columns on it because you get to choose whether you go first or the district goes first.
Okay, I can go first if you like.
All right? You have 5 minutes.
Okay. As I said, my name is Robert Robados. We actually purchased the property there on 2105 Pearl Street. And we purchased that building from the Pearson's Landing, I believe 3 weeks ago. And with that being purchased, we had our bank do an appraisal. We actually purchased the building for $550,000. And I've got this, the master settlement statement there, what the building was purchased for. And the appraisal, with the advanced appraisal group, they came and did an appraisal. And as of June 10th, 2021, they appraised it at $560,000. And the documents, of course, have been scanned in. And so I understood with Mr. Pearson, they've had this property on the market for over 2.5 years. They weren't able to get it sold. And at one point, yes, it was listed for $985,000, and we had to bring it all the way down to what we purchased it for. And that in turn, we actually were wanting to get extra funding to do some remodeling in there, but through the bank, but weren't able to do that because the appraisal came down, was so low. So we have to actually, with our own finances, use our own finances to do the remodeling ourselves. So therefore, I feel that the appraised value, at least for this year, should be at what the appraisal report and what I bought the property for should be.
All right. Eamon, you have 2 minutes for cross and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
So I actually just have two questions. Okay. Curiosity. One is, are you guys part of like a medical group?
We are, yes, we are our own, my wife and I, we own Revivals Healthcare, which is Stat Care Urgent Care Clinic.
Okay.
We have 4 clinics in Corpus at Kingsville. This is our 5th location. I'm a registered nurse. My wife's a nurse practitioner. We opened our first location in Kingsville 8 years ago, and since then we've bought other properties and opened clinics since. So this is our 5th location, and it'll be an urgent care. So yes, it's just a strictly walk-in urgent care clinic. You don't have to make an appointment, anything like that. And
So how is that? Is that set up so that you have like a lessee, the doctors will like franchise out and file like a part of it?
no, we're
Thing, or do you
100% owned.
Okay, so you guys
We
actually.
100%. We do have collaborating physicians. There are we contract them because in the state of Texas, you have to have, with the nurse practitioner owning a practice, have to have a collaborating physician on board. Sure. So we do. So we have
So
them
you guys
contracted.
actually like make hands-on manage all.
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, we own, my wife and I were strictly the owners of the,
Okay.
we have, I've been an RN 28 years and my wife's been a RN, well, she's been a nurse practitioner now going on 10 years. She's gone back to school, got a nurse practitioner, and we ended up opening up our first location in Kansas. And since then, we've opened up 3 others. This will be our 5th one actually.
And the second one is, how's your building?
It's a nice building, but it needs to be remodeled.
Yeah, it's set up to be a dialysis center.
It's right now set up to be a dialysis center, but we have to make rooms and.
It's not like broken or anything.
No, well, we did have to repair some AC work, some AC stuff, but we're mainly doing remodeling on the inside just to.
So the reason I'm asking, we were gonna buy that building.
Oh, were you? Okay.
Yeah, the appraisal district was on Church Street and it got completely destroyed in the hurricane.
Oh.
And then we were, it used to be a post office back in the day.
Right.
And then we were in the back of the city service center for a while. We started shopping around for a building, and Scott and I were really pushing
Looking at
us to buy this one and to even just wait for them the price to come down, because they would not budge. They thought the moon was place.
Right.
And, but we, I think what you paid is really accurate, and I just, you guys got the better end of the deal, because this place flooded with 4 inches.
Yeah, that's what I heard, and
So-
that's why I'm back here.
And we, and it happens.
Well,
I've lived here my whole life. It's not
Yeah,
the first time
and
this
according to
place
them, they
flooded.
said that building didn't get affected with Harvey. It was.
The building's great.
Yeah.
It's a really sturdy building. It's
It
really
is.
well made. It's gonna be there for a long time. It's gonna be there for a long time.
No,
Yeah.
you're talking about.
No, the new
Oh,
one.
The
that
new
building.
building,
That's-
yeah,
that's
it
a nice
didn't
building.
have any damage or much,
Okay, but yeah, and it's
Because
great.
it's where
It's all
it
great
is.
information. I appreciate you bringing this into it here. You know, we can use this to help you and everybody else. So,
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sounds good. 550.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1403. When account 66666. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value on this building from $786,270 down to $550,000 even based on the sale price.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Robert, we're done.
All right, I appreciate those. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank
What number
you.
do you need? Yeah, good luck with your
Yes,
endeavor
thank
there.
you. We're trying to get open by October 15th.
Wow.
We're trying, yeah, we're hopefully get everything finished, but our other clinics are just.
You guys have contractors
Well,
that can help you with the building?
No, yeah, I've got a contractor that.
Somewhere else?
Yeah.
Because if they're from here, it's not gonna be done by October.
No, we've got a contractor that's working on it right now, but
That's good, that's good.
our clinics right now we have lines around the building because of COVID, so we do a lot of testing, but we also prescribe medications. And we have seen a dramatic improvement in patient care. There's a lot of what do you call it, negativity on the type of treatment we're giving right now. And that's ivermectin, I'm sure you've heard of it.
Oh, okay.
And of course, we're giving the human consumption form. I'm not giving the horse form that they say in the news media. But a lot of our patients, it's early treatment that we're giving. If people come in, they test positive, we initiate treatment for them. not only the medication, but also breathing treatments. And then we also send them to, depending if they meet the criteria, we'll send them to go get the monoclonal antibodies there in Richard Borchard at Robstown or in the new one now at Memorial Hospital there. They have tents, so they get the infusion there.
Wow.
So a lot of our patients are recovering. And so we have some that come in late. Because when you get COVID, when you're day 6, 7, 8, 9, it hits you hard. And therefore, at that time, you have to go to the hospital. Your saturations are low. And it's really bad at that time because the viral load just pretty much has spread and caused an inflammation of your body. So your body starts to attack itself, especially the lungs. That's why people can't breathe. A lot of them wind up on a ventilator. So the treatment that we're giving, we're keeping them out of the hospital. And we feel a lot of success. We see 1,300 patients a week right now.
Wow.
Between
Is it
COVID
long-term, like cognitive effect?
Well, with COVID, there are long-term, but there's COVID, there are different effects that COVID does, but it's what ivermectin does, it's an anti-parasitic, as we know, for tapeworms and for humans, it's for scabies, or tapeworms also, but
Yeah.
what it has also is antiviral properties and anti-inflammation properties that help cut the spread of the virus in your body. So it decreases the viral load, therefore, while you're sick, therefore you don't reach the stage of you having to get into a hospital, get admitted, or even die. So it's kind of scary right now because they're pushing, because the FDA does not approve it.
Sure.
But
it works great
it does.
with the Regeneron and
Yeah, with the
monoclonal.
yes, sir, yes, sir. And so a lot of our patients are
Saved my
recovering.
life. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Did you guys have any background with hydroxychloroquine?
Well, we've never actually, with hydroxychloroquine, the whole political deal on that, because Trump liked it and then everybody was against that. But hydroxychloroquine does have some cardiac side effects. So yeah, they did say that. So therefore, we couldn't prescribe it anymore because, well, we did prescribe initial, but not because of COVID. Patients do take hydroxychloroquine.
For lupus and stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly. They take it for other illnesses, but the pharmacies ended up questioning every hydroxychloroquine prescription that we gave. And so we couldn't do that for COVID. But since ivermectin was also, and it's really a safe drug, ivermectin, they won a Nobel Prize 2015 worldwide. It's a safe drug, and it's a repurposed drug that we can use, but the problem is the government doesn't want us to use this $3 pill. They want us to use, in the hospital, they're giving remdesivir. That's a $3,000 bottle, $3,000. But the thing they're pushing for is vaccine. There's nothing. I have personal issues with vaccine, this type of vaccine, because it's a genetically made vaccine. It's mRNA, so it's a code that's injected into your body. We don't know what that code's going to do to you in the long term yet. It's only been 7 months. We don't know for young people if it's going to cause cancer or lupus or an autoimmune disease. We don't know yet. It's not long term. There's not enough data. That's my personal opinion and my thought about it. But yes, in the short term, it does help for especially people that are elderly, people that are high risk as far as overweight, diabetes. And there's nothing wrong with it. It does help protect you, but people are still testing positive right now that are, and it's getting worse because a lot of our clinics now are testing people that had the vaccine back in January, February, and they're catching it now. So next month, people have the vaccine in March, April. We'll start seeing those patients.
Yes.
We need to. I hate to cut you off, but
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's too interesting. I'm not gonna-
Yeah, I'm sorry, but thank y'all.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Yes, if y'all need us out there, we'll be out there in October.
All right.
Good
luck.
Immediate information in the horse's mouth, it's hard to pass up.
Yeah, exactly. I've been there for a while.
What was the thing that he was talking about? Go ahead.
Ivermectin.
Is that what just?
Yeah, he did, he said a lot of ivermectin drugs.
Robert
Sick patients.
1143.
That's what they gave Sandy for that.
Two accounts.
What?
I know, I was like, what are you doing?
Number you dialed at Christian Santa Rosa Healthcare is no longer a working number. Please redial.
Well, that's the wrong number.
Scott, don't look at me, I didn't write it.
Are we going in 11:43?
The number you dialed at Christian Santa Rosa Healthcare is no longer a.
Maybe that was their old job?
Is there a phone number in the account?
I guess I have to look. I already know that. 8343. No, but let me go, let me search. Hold on.
11:43 and 45, maybe.
Oh, there's a different one.
Let's try that one.
All right.
210 836 7652.
This is Sharon.
Sharon, this is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. How are you today?
I'm fine, sir. Thank you.
We have two accounts that we're going to talk about, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, we've got a little administrivia to go through before we get to the meat of the matter. So if you just follow along with me, I'll have some questions for you toward the end.
Sure.
We're going to open two different accounts, 1143, case ID 1143 and 1145. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q1, Q2, and also Q9. Owner's name is incorrect.
Okay, we'll look at that later. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I Bill Duff, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code 4166. We're not combining these two.
Here we are.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
1143 and
I
1145.
didn't say that. Want to do it again? I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F in relation to cases 1143 and 1145.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F as it relates to case IDs 2021-1143 and 1145.
Georgia?
I did, that's.
Okay. What's listening to you? I, Scott Waggart, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F as it relates to case ID 11. I read it correctly. Yeah, okay, 1143 and 1145.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Ma'am, Sharon. Sharon,
Yes, I hear you.
I'm assuming that you are under oath for the duration of this hearing as a result of you signing the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I, Amy Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present to the Appraisal Review Board, the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. For case IDs 1143 and 1145.
Sharon, do you hold a Texas appraiser's license?
No.
Okay,
No, I don't.
okay. do you have available to you the hearing procedures document with the times on it?
No.
Okay, well, we have a timekeeper who will let you know when it's your turn.
Okay.
The first question I have to ask is, would you like to speak first, or would you like the district to speak first?
The district can speak first.
Okay. Amy, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, this property is 23434. It is a vacant parcel of land in
It's
Holiday Beach.
23435.
Okay. 23435, thank you. And it is a vacant piece of land in Holiday Beach. It's on Dolphin Drive. It is 5,000 square feet. This is undeveloped land. There's a bajillion of these in Holiday Beach. There's a whole bunch of them. Last year it was certified at $4,500. And it had been that for several years. This year it was noticed at $7,250. There is a note that it was listed for $20,000 as with PID through 23434 last year, so indicating a value, asking price of $10K per lot. The sales are on Redfish, and Southview. These are not the only sales in this area, but these are the three on the grid. You can see that they are also 5,000 square foot, 10,000 square foot, 5,000 square foot. And the sale prices are, where's the sales price? I need a battery back. 7,500, 7,650, and 15,000 for two. So that's where the number came from. We're at 7,550 because that's what they're being bought and sold for. There's no real abstraction. These are just vacant pieces of land. The equity grid is other properties on Dolphin Drive. They're all the same because they're all undeveloped. They're all the same size, hyper uniform out there. And the sales ratio report is for all of Holiday Beach Drive. It is many pages, 27 pages. And it says our weighted mean is 1.09. All of Holiday Beach, west of, all of Holiday Beach, east of where the canals are. That's the reason for the value change, just sales. That's our evidence.
Okay.
Oh, and wait, hang on. We have on this thing that you selected Q09 that the owner's name is incorrect. What is the name supposed to be on this?
Sharon Castillo and Russell Netting.
That's what we have.
It may have been corrected in the time since because
It may have been corrected now, but I received this notice from the prior owner. They said they forwarded it to us, and I'm looking at, and I sent you what I had with what I received, which says Jose Martinez, Carol Cáceres, and Sharon Bonilla.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we have that on our property card in the evidence packet, but it looks like it's been fixed. It's been corrected and updated in our system in the time since. So hopefully that answers that, solves that problem. Because we currently have the owner of record being Netting, Russell, and Castillo Sharon. That's PO Box 133, Floresville, Texas, 78114. Okay, good. All right, that's all.
Okay. So Sharon, you have then 2 minutes for rebuttal or cross-examination if you want to ask Eamon questions, and then 5 minutes for your presentation. So I'll give you 7 minutes on the timer.
Okay, well, as far as the rebuttal, this is a property that belonged to my mother, and my sister was she's the person who was the executor. Her name is Carol Cáceres. My mother had, when she passed away in December of 2018, she put my sister as the executor, and my sister decided to liquidate my mom's entire estate. And then we got into, you know, how things happen like that with families. I just asked for one piece of property and she said, no, she's gonna sell them all. And my mother had quite a few properties in Rockport. And my sister sold all of them at very high value. And that's kind of what happened, I think, here. And she wanted to put it out of my reach, you know, and she wanted cash only. And that was very hard for me. And so, and then she found out that I was trying to buy this. So Russell, my husband, he decided, well, let me go ahead and approach her. And she would sell to him, only to him. And then he put my name in there too later. so that I could have a piece of my mother's property, a piece of her legacy. And so I was just trying to salvage at least one piece of property. My mom always wanted to build a little house there, that's all. And I believe that I believe that some of the properties she still can't sell because they're so high priced.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
That's my rebuttal for the high price.
Okay. You have still have 5 minutes for your presentation
Okay.
if you need
And
it.
then as far as the other part of it is that I am disabled, and that was part of the other thing. I did have a hard time even coming up with the cash for this because she wanted cash. She only went down from 20,000. She went down to 18, and that was for Russell. She did that for him, and then so then she. You know, the other part of it is that I have a disability and I will be having surgery, and it's really hard for me to keep up with taxes. You know, I do have a homestead here in San Antonio, and so I'm trying to pay those taxes. Taxes in San Antonio are going crazy, and now this tax is going up, and it's just very hard to keep up the actual difference in the taxes for what we paid before, because I did pay my mother's taxes after she died, or else we would have lost the property. And you can see there's evidence of on your end of it where there was actually a lien on the property because she got behind on paying her HOA, and then they put a lien on the property, and then the HOA put a lien on the property. So I had to come up with paying for that, for the lien, so that we could get that off the lien, and then pay the fine for that, and then pay the taxes to catch up so that my mother would be caught up on the taxes. And so now there's, you know, I understand there's taxes again, and I'm happy to pay. I just think that that amount of increase is just a lot right off the bat. I mean, I think if you guys can show some mercy and lower that a little bit, that would really help with my disability, with my bills. I have a double hip replacement. I have trouble ambulating. I'd like to, you know, at one point or another, be able to retire, but, you know, having to pay all these bills is getting quite a bit, it's getting very difficult. And I hate for these properties, at least these two little lots, to be out of my reach to keep up with them. I mean, this is part of my mother's legacy, and that's all I have left of her. And I'm done.
Okay. Did I understand you to say that you and your husband paid $18,000 for both lots?
Yes, cash.
Okay. Okay. So Eamon, then you have, let's see, she went first.
No, actually.
No,
Andy
you went first. So you have 2 minutes for cross and 2 minutes for rebuttal. Eamon. So 4 minutes if you need it.
No, I don't. I will answer. I think Kathy, you asked about her disability. The disability only applies to your homestead unless you are a 100% disabled veteran. And then there's one other property that gets a partial exemption.
So she doesn't get an exemption.
No, there would be no exemptions available on this property at all because it's not even developed. Just land.
Okay, Sharon, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need it.
I really, okay, I mean, I don't know about Aransas passed laws there. All I know is,
Right.
like I said, this was my mother's legacy. I'd like to keep it up. I want to pay my taxes. I just think that it shouldn't, I don't think that we're in agreement with the increase. You know, I'm in agreement with a proposed value of maybe 6,000, but at the 7,000, you know, $250, I think that's a little much. You know, I'm willing to come halfway or you know, midway, but coming all the way up to that's a lot for me.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it, I'm done.
Okay. Eamon, you have 1 minute for closing, if you need it.
I do not.
Okay. Sharon, you have 1 minute for closing. Any final thoughts from us?
I would have liked to have this taken care of sooner if it was addressed to the right person. And I appreciate you working with me. But this was not addressed to me until recently. So it's not like I was falling behind. I just want to make that clear.
Okay. All right. All right, it's our time. I'm not seeing anything, any reason here to lower this. I mean, they paid more than
There's so many properties out there in that area that are all valued the same amount. I mean, there are tons of them. Hundreds of properties out there, unfortunately, that are all valued at the same 7,250. So we really have no way of.
Land table doesn't have any breaks in it. It's $1.45.
Oh, okay.
And there's no breaks.
No.
So you even checking the box doesn't do anything.
No, you can't do anything, unfortunately.
Okay. So I'm going to make a motion then on case ID 2021-1143, account 23435, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value. And also Q9 that the owner's name is incorrect, which appears to be corrected now. I move that we maintain the 2021 assessed value at $7,250.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Case closed, opening case 1145, account 23434.
We need discussion on it.
And this was also, although it doesn't show on the district's summary sheet here, this was also a name incorrect.
It's apparently been changed. Yeah.
I don't think either side can present anything that would alter that.
Yeah.
So we have to go through.
So you want to go first, Sharon, or you want the district to go first?
They can go first.
Okay.
Our evidence is exactly the same as the last one. These things are right next to each other. And anybody's curious, a lot of the reason people buy this is because you get to use the program.
Yeah.
That's why people buy these.
That's why we got
So you can use the holiday control. That's all.
Okay.
Other than that, it's the same as the last one.
Okay. Sharon, you have 2 minutes to ask Eamon questions and 5 minutes for your presentation if you need it.
Well, I really don't understand why we're going through this whole process. If it seems like it's been decided already, and you know, with the last lot, that it's just going to stay at that particular price, whether the appraisal district made mistakes or not, it's going to stay that way. And I need to pay whatever it is that you need me to pay. And that's it.
The law requires that we do this.
Yeah. If you have evidence.
Yeah, and all I want to know is what's my appeal process to this? Because I know the law affords me an appeal.
Yes, that information will come with the letter that you get as a result of this
And am I
meeting.
going to get it, or is Jose and Carol Crockett is going to receive that? Because I want to make sure I have not received anything in the mail.
Well, your
I've received
address,
a few phone calls, and that's it.
your name and address on the account appears to be correct.
Now.
P.O. Box
Now.
133, Floresville, Texas.
I haven't received anything, according to, I don't know. I don't know what you have for me. I don't know what you have for me. All I have is here where it says Pisces Path.
We have
This is what
PO, we
I
have,
here.
Sharon, we have PO Box 133, Floresville, Texas.
Yes, that's fine. That's a good address.
Okay, all right. Unless you have other evidence to show us.
Well, I can't show you that I didn't receive any mail there for you.
Okay, well,
From you.
you mentioned that the appraisal district has made mistakes. I mean, do you have any evidence of that?
It's in my evidence packet.
Okay.
Yeah, beyond the name being incorrect.
That's it. That's all I got.
Okay.
Okay.
And do you have anything else to bring forward?
Other than what I had, no, I couldn't find anything for evidence on the 2020 other than 2019. And so that wasn't gonna do, but I couldn't find anything for 2020 where the sales for properties in Holiday Beach to be able to compare. I had nothing. Bear County usually will send me something so that I can see, okay, but I didn't receive anything from Aransas Pass, and I couldn't find any on my own.
Okay.
For comparable properties that to show why it was being raised to that amount. Did you see? So I didn't receive anything like that from Aransas County.
Okay, so you didn't receive any information from the district, either regular mail or email?
No, I got a call while I was at work saying that it was rescheduled or something. First, we called and they said they didn't know who we were. They didn't know how, they didn't receive anything from us. Then the next thing I knew, I got a phone call and said we were having an appointment, but they had to cancel. And I thought, what was this about? I was at work and they caught me off guard because I work at a hospital. They caught me off guard. And so then I said, well, you'll call me back? And they said, yes. And then recently I asked my husband to call because I'm working and it's hard for me to be here at work and then follow up with you guys. And then he called and that's when he found out that there's an affidavit we needed. And I got that Friday afternoon. I had to go find a place to get notarized this weekend. And here we are today, having this hearing today. That's how this has been happening for me. And it's really hard to prepare a case, really hard to prepare and to get all of this together when we're having, in the last minute. And then I'm spending more of my time trying to find somewhere to get an affidavit notarized. I went to HEB, I went to Office Depot. And then finally I went to UPS and that's where I got it notarized.
Okay.
And then here I am at work and I'm at work right now in my office having this meeting with you because I couldn't have time to even ask for time off so I can do justice to this.
Yeah, I'm afraid the reason you didn't get your information is it probably went to your sister before the name and address change.
Well, what time are we?
We're in her time.
And then I feel like I've just been railroaded. Honest to God, that's how I feel.
Three minutes left.
I'm done.
Okay, all right. So Eamon, then you have 2 minutes for cross and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay, it might be futile, but I'm gonna try. I just wanted to let you know, we didn't have, you didn't get our evidence grid. And I presented this to the board and they're looking at it. So I was able to do it really quickly, but I'll just tell you, so just for your own information, the 3 examples that we gave in this evidence packet are other 5,000 square foot lots in Holiday Beach there. They're on Redfish Drive and Southview Drive. They're exactly like the ones you have. So, and they sold at the end of 2020 in 3 different transactions. And so we can look at those 3 sales and say, well, how much are these things being bought and sold for? They sold for $7,650, another one for $7,500, and then once somebody bought 2 for $15,000. So everybody's just kind of paying $7,500 for these things. That's why the value changed. We're not changing the land values because we think it should be more or less. But when sales happen and we get the numbers, we have to measure it, and that's what changes land value. So it's not really even your purchase anymore. There's plenty of other transactions of these things. That's just what they're being bought and sold for. And I'm sorry you didn't get your evidence in advance, but if that helps, I can just tell you directly, there's 3, 2 on Redfish, 1 on Southview, and they're all selling for $7,500 a lot. So if that gives you any information to help know why we did what we did, that's all.
Okay. Anything else? Karen?
I would be curious to find out if those were from, sold by Carol Cossetis, because those property, my mother had 15 properties, individual properties in Holiday Beach, 15, and they all sold. And my sister was selling them for more. She had them listed for higher, and she sold for what she could get.
Yeah, that's possible. I mean,
Yeah, and I'm just letting you know, because she tried to do it to put it out of my reach. But I'm just letting you know that's how it happened. And she still has some she can't sell because they're very high price.
Okay.
I would like to ask to have those emailed to me, the evidence packet. It seems like I get that a lot better in email. I get it a lot quicker and more efficiently if you could just email me the evidence packet, if that's possible.
yeah, I mean, I can email it to you if you want, but I don't know really what you can do with it. It's not really useful. now that
Well,
the hearing's
because
over.
I didn't receive it for this, and so if I could at least get it for after the fact for my appeal, that would be helpful.
It won't be. It's your arbitration is a trial de novo, so the evidence doesn't, it's kind of irrelevant. I can send it to you if you want to look at it, but it's not.
I don't know how you got it. I don't know how I could have got it ahead of time for this meeting to prepare. I don't know.
Well,
I don't even know how.
When you own property in Aransas County or any county in Texas, part of your responsibility as a property owner is to make sure that the property is described and transferred correctly. We're just an office of record. If we are not told that the owner's address needs to be changed and it's getting the mail sent to the wrong place, there's no way for us to know that. So when you told us.
That's why we hired a real estate agent.
Yeah.
And that's why they get
I
the big
agree.
bucks. Because
I
they're the
agree.
ones that are supposed to make sure this happens. That's
I
why they
agree.
have a realtor license. And all of the people that we hired in the interim who charge all these big fees.
I sympathize. That's okay.
Okay.
It's not.
So let's go to closing.
Yeah. I have no closing.
You have no closing, Eamon? Okay, you have 1 minute, Sharon, for any final thoughts.
Those are my final thoughts. If I feel like I got railroaded today. I know that there's not going to be any budging. Part of my responsibility as a home, as a property owner, is to make sure that I'm not being out taxed out of my own property. So I'm making sure that I'm doing due diligence by taking time out of my life to make sure that I'm not being overtaxed and taxed out of my property that was part of my mother's legacy. Now, if I could have, I know that he doesn't think it's worth it or worth my time, But I think I'm being a diligent and responsible property owner by asking for that evidence packet, even if it's after the fact.
Sure. If you would, Eamon, send that to her.
I'm just saying.
Even will send it to you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Just note that that email, first one on 1143 looks like it might be missing the M.
So, yeah, we have two different email addresses here. Could you? We
You
have,
can send it to www.jd1001 at gmail.com. That's the one that they send me the affidavit to be notarized on Friday afternoon.
okay, that's different from either one that we had.
That's fine, I'll get it.
Okay.
I get the idea.
Yeah, www.jd,
What would you
that's
guys do?
my
1,000?
email.
Okay,
I don't know, you may have sent it to Carol. I have no idea.
okay. So now it's our time. Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1145. Account number 23434, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal, and Q9, the name is incorrect. I move that we maintain the 2021 assessed value at $7,250.
Second.
On favor?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, Sharon, thank you very much.
Please send me the appeal process or make sure I get it. Thank you.
Yes, you'll get that in the regular mail.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Ah,
Bye.
bye.
Bye-bye.
I think we're done for the day.